Well. It is the Cowboys After Dark, but let's talk Cowboys. I got a few subjects I want to talk about tonight. And I kind of talked about one of them earlier today, but I want to really give this some attention because I've noticed that this, again, is starting to become a discussion. It's kind of heating up, and I don't think it's heating up. I want to talk about this today. I want to talk about Amari Cooper. So tonight, we're going to talk for a few moments. We're going to talk about Amari Cooper. We're also going to talk about, if not Amari Cooper, then who? We're going to talk a little bit about Jonathan Mingo. I keep telling us about this dude, Jonathan Mingo. And the reason why I keep talking about Jonathan Mingo is because everyone needs to really be careful and just watch how the Cowboys are moving. Cowboys may wind up just flat out giving Jonathan Mingo a shot. Because I don't really think the Cowboys have to be in a hurry unless they're absolutely sure Mingo is not going to be the man. And so maybe they can wait until, again, post June 1st cuts. They could look at after the preseason is up and see if there's going to be some really good receivers out there. The Cowboys are going to have time. They really are. But we'll see, because I don't think the Cowboys are going to sign anybody. They can surprise me and sign somebody tomorrow. But we'll talk about it when we get to this whole thing. We're going to talk about all of this. And then on a side note, man, this stuff about Shedeur Sanders, it is a tragedy. It is a tragedy. And while it's not Cowboy related, it may be Cowboy related. And I'm going to tell you how it may be Cowboy related. But again, these are our 4 topics for tonight. Amari Cooper. If not Amari Cooper, who? Jonathan Mingo, Shedeur Sanders. Those are going to be our 4 topics for tonight. We won't do a long roll call because I only see 2 people in the chat. And so y'all know how I operate. Whether it be 2 or 20,000, we are still going to talk Cowboys tonight. So again, roll call. I got my girl Jeanette Rogers. What's going on? Robert Simmons in the crib and Dominique Pittman. Yes, sir. We going late night tonight, Dominique. We're going late night tonight, Dominique. We're going late night tonight. And we're going to take the long road, because I got a video I'm going to do about this on the short road, but we're going to do the long road tonight on one Amari Cooper. So let's get it. Here we go. What up, Roy Clay? Yes, sir. We doing Cowboys After Dark tonight. Yes, sir. We doing Cowboys After Dark. And so, as you can see, I got my topics up here on the screen. Amari Cooper, if not who, Jonathan Mingo, Shedeur Sanders. And so, let's get it going with Amari Cooper. So, the Amari Cooper thing. I talked about it a little bit today. But this thing is starting to really take off again. And I think the reason why it's taking off, let's just be honest. It's the Dallas Cowboys. It's like every time somebody ties us to every time there's a player that's available and someone just ties the name to the Dallas Cowboys, and immediately it becomes a hot topic for everyone, and everyone starts saying that player's coming to Dallas. They were talking about this with Jalen Ramsey. He's coming to Dallas. I mean, every time you look up, there is somebody coming to Dallas, and then they wind up not coming to Dallas. Moses 3212, what up? He said, Philly in the crib. Jackie Smith, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Well, I want to kind of start this discussion systematically. And let me start first with the rumors. Let me see here. Let's start first with the rumors. And, X, man, let me tell you something. Y'all already know this. X is just a different universe. I mean, X is just a different universe. I don't get on it. I don't get on it a whole lot like I like I started out on. I mean, X is rough. You have to really kind of get your mind together when you're fooling around over there. But I really want to show you how people talk about these things as it applies to the Dallas Cowboys. So we got RJ Ochoa, and then and we also got James Slater kind of verifying this, but I really want to give it some Jackie Smith. Yeah, you know what? Let me write that down. We'll bring up him too. We'll bring up him too. Jack, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's the same way kind of how the draft was. I think the reality is, Jackie, people just want somebody better. They want what once and for all a bona fide number two. Because a lot of people do not realize this has kind of been the MO of the Cowboys, even before Dak Prescott. I mean, even when you think about Dez Bryant, I mean, who was really the wide receiver two with Dez Bryant? I mean, who really was it? I mean, can we really nail down and say they really had a dominating wide receiver two with Dez Bryant? You know, the Cowboys, this is just seemed like how they kind of roll. Like you think about in the 90s when the Cowboys had Michael Irvin. The Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken, what was his name? Man, it's late at night, my mind is slipping me. But the wide receiver, the Cowboys went and got, if I wouldn't have said it, it just came right off my mind. The Cowboys went and spent a number 1 draft pick on Alvin. I think it was Alvin Harper. If I'm not mistaken, Alvin Harper was a number 1 draft pick. Alvin Harper, the Cowboys drafted Alvin Harper. And Alvin Harper was a huge part of the Dallas Cowboys' success with the Cowboys when they really took off, man. Alvin Harper was a huge deal. The dude was big, tall, fast. I mean, this was one of the reasons why I'm sure people were dreaming that the Cowboys would have went and got another wide receiver like Alvin Harper. And while I do not think Ted McMillan is like Alvin Harper per se, a lot of people would have really felt good about Ted McMillan and CeeDee Lamb. I mean, that would have been a heck of a pick. I want to make sure, but I think I'd already looked at this before. Alvin Harper was a 12th pick overall. Yeah, ironic, isn't it? He was a 12th pick overall. He was drafted in the first round. He was the 12th pick. It would have been great. It would have been great if we could have got a receiver in this draft at number 12, but a receiver like Alvin Harper. But Alvin Harper, man, he was a boy, Moses 32-12, you hit it right on the head. Boy, he was a big play wide receiver. And he it really helped out the Cowboys offense. Not to mention, you already had a devastating run game. And then you add Michael Irvin, and then you put Alvin Harper in there. Ooh-wee. Boy, they were hard to deal with. Jackie Smith, what you're saying, it does seem right. It says the Cowboys don't want to pay 2 wide receivers, but the game has changed. You really need 2 great ones. And Jackie Smith, you think about it, they had 2 great ones at once upon a time. That stint of Alvin Harper being with the Dallas Cowboys, what was it, 4 years? It was 91 to 94. They literally won 2 Super Bowls within that time, and almost got to another one, and then wound up going back again. They won 2 Super Bowls during that. Was it? Maybe it was 3 Super Bowls. Wait. Okay, no. The Cowboys won the Super Bowl in the 95-96 season, if I'm not mistaken, 95-96. So Alvin Harper helped do 2 of those. And so it looks like they're now trying to get back to that 2 wide receiver. Oh yeah, I remember Kelvin Martin, man. That little joker was dope too. And so when we think about what they're trying to do now, it seems like they're trying to get that number 2. But here's the issue. The Cowboys don't want to spend the money on that number 2. That becomes the problem. They don't want to spend that money on that number 2. Daniel M., he said they're saying that Amari Cooper could come back, but I'm not sure if we're going to bring him back after what happened the last time. This is exactly what I'm going to prove. This is exactly what I'm about to prove tonight, and this is the video I'm going to release tomorrow. But let's look at this. Again, when you look at this, Daniel M., everyone else, I don't doubt what Jane Slater is reporting. RJ Ochoa, he says, beyond adding stability to the wide receiver room, Amari returning to the Cowboys would be such a positive sign for the organization in that it would prove something none of us believe they can do. Swallow pride. I got news for us. Don't make this about the Dallas Cowboys. This is also about Amari Cooper. And let me tell you something about Amari Cooper. If anybody kind of listens in the wind as it pertains to Amari Cooper is what I call a principle guy. Amari Cooper is what I call a principle guy. And the reason why I say he's a principle guy, let me show you what I mean. Had this all looked up today, and then the video that I made got some issues going on, and turn out. But I'm gonna redo it tonight. But again, y'all getting the long form of the short form video I'm gonna release tomorrow morning. I want you to understand what principle is, and I know a lot of you already understand it, but I want to show it to you. Principle. A fundamental truth or proposition that serves as the foundation for a system of belief or behavior or for a chain of reasoning. Amari Cooper is a guy that lives by principles. And while people are saying that the Cowboys may bring him back, and while RJ Ochoa is saying the Cowboys could swallow their pride, so let's think about what he's talking about. Because the way the Cowboys put Amari Cooper out the door is the very reason why I don't think Amari Cooper will come back to the Cowboys. They really disrespected Amari Cooper going out the door. And Amari Cooper coming to Dallas, I don't believe it's a money thing. And if it does become a money thing, that if Amari Cooper is like, well, only way I'll go back to Dallas because I really don't like the team, the only way I'm coming back to Dallas is they're going to have to pay me out the yin-yang, which the Cowboys ain't going to do that either. But the Cowboys are going to have to really, really, really give a serious apology to Amari Cooper. And I'm not sure if it's just a private apology. The Cowboys may need to be giving Amari Cooper a public apology. And I got the video proof of what I'm telling you of why I do not believe Amari Cooper will suit up for the Dallas Cowboys because of his principles. They insulted this man's integrity. I'm telling y'all about Amari Cooper, man. People will tell you this dude is a thinker. This dude is a thinker. He's a processor. And the Cowboys didn't just cut Amari Cooper with football business like, hey, man, we like Amari Cooper, but the contract is too much. So this isn't really an issue where we don't want Amari Cooper. This is an issue, this is a money issue. That's one thing. They insulted this man's integrity. They tried to make him do something he didn't want to do. And then when he didn't do it, they used very slick ways of trying to belittle him. They tried to belittle him because we already know what he didn't do. He didn't take the, y'all know he didn't take the, y'all know what he refused to do. And they were saying little things like, yeah, Amari Cooper, he's still, he's walking around coughing, he's still sick and blah, blah, blah. They were saying these things. Mike McCarthy wasn't fond of Amari Cooper. And I'm going to show you the video of how he used very undermined tactics to really justify them getting rid of Amari Cooper. It wasn't just the money, Jerry. We know that Jerry was rubbed the wrong way because he didn't get the, and for y'all look at the screen because he didn't get the you know what. And then Mike McCarthy, paranoia, thought he was a locker room problem. And then started saying little things like, yeah, he kind of disappears. They started saying things about him. He disappears in the big games. They started saying things about him. Ooh, he don't want to practice. And we all know the Cowboys love for players to play hurt. And Amari Cooper, one thing people need to understand about Amari Cooper, he doesn't like to play hurt. So, James Slater, let me say this part and then I'm going to get to the video. So, James Slater reports, as Nick Harris Fort Worth Star-Telegram suggested, Amari Cooper has absolutely been discussed internally, but I am told by a source informed other wide receivers being discussed as well and nothing definitive or happening yet. So, let's dissect this. She's saying, in a sense, it's not like she's telling a lie. I mean, James Slater does report good. Let me not say it, good things. James Slater reports accurate things. But I also noticed something else about James Slater, and any of y'all who listen to James Slater, she also has a way, and I don't want to call it sensationalizing, but she definitely has a way of stirring the pot sometimes. Because I always laugh at some of the questions she asks sometimes at some of the press conferences. Boy, Jane be trying to push them buttons. And you think about the Amari Cooper story. The way she says it, it's like she's leaving it out there like it's a possibility, because the way everyone is discussing this, and this is the reason why some of our content creators are reporting it like this. They're spinning it like it's a possibility. Not the content creators, but the reporters. Some of the Cowboys media, they're spinning it like it's a possibility. Well, I mean, there's a possibility I could win the lottery if I play the lottery. There's a possibility. But there's a possibility, but is there a chance in hell? I mean, what are the chances of me winning the lottery even if I play? So when we say that Amari Cooper has absolutely been discussed, in what way? Okay, let's define discussed. Who are the list of free agent wide receivers out there? Okay, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, blase, blase, blase. Are we talking about that kind of discussion? He's in the discussion of other, or in the discussion of who's out there, as she noted, other wide receivers being discussed as well. What kind of discussion are we talking about? What are we talking about with Amari Cooper? Because let me tell you the one you have to be having. You have to be having this discussion. Well, if we want him, will he want to come back? Is that the discussion we're having? Because let's be real. There is no way they can have a discussion about Amari Cooper unless they first go back, and I don't even know if they can fix this. Again, this man's a principled man. He lives on principles. And it's one thing when it's business. It's another thing when it's personal. And I'm telling us right now, if you're not hearing what I'm telling you, the Cowboys made it personal with Amari Cooper. They made it personal. And they made it personal in particular with the shot. They made it personal because we all know how sensitive that was with people. We know what happened in this country. We know how polarizing that was. People lost jobs. Families were divided. I mean, it just did a number on this country, and we still haven't recovered. It did a number on this world for the most part. But as it pertains to this country, we still haven't recovered. There are still people who are still kind of upset of how certain people drew lines in the sand before they even knew all the information. If you don't think that's personal, I don't know what else to tell you. That's why for me, for people talking about Amari Cooper might be back in Dallas, and I hadn't really heard anybody else's arguments. I'm just going by what I know. No one else. Everyone else has the right to their own opinion. I'm not criticizing anybody who's excited about Amari Cooper coming back. But what I am saying, as optimistic as I try to be as optimistic as I am as it pertains to the Cowboys, on this thing with Amari Cooper, I'm being real. I'm being 100% real. Amari Cooper is a man that lives on principles. And if you're a person that lives on principles, and when somebody tries to make you compromise your principles, you don't want to fool with that person no more. Because you literally have to change who you are to be around that person. If you got to change who you are, and I'm not talking about changing for the better. Changing for the better is a whole different discussion. But changing your core principles that are not anything that's bad. When you have to change your core principles, man, I'm telling you, that's a whole different discussion. And this thing with Amari Cooper, I'm just trying to explain to us how deep this is. I just don't see Amari Cooper doing it. I do not see Amari Cooper doing it. And this is why I'm saying, RJ Ochoa, what he says in this statement about swallowing pride, bro, I don't think you understand what you're saying. I don't think you understand what you're saying. When you fundamentally insult a person's principles, when you insult their integrity, this was not a money thing with Amari Cooper. I don't think some of us have the memory. That's why I'm trying to jog our memory. This wasn't a cap-saving move. The Cowboys could have easily did Amari Cooper's deal with void years and all kinds of stuff like other people do these contracts. No. Jerry took it personally. Jerry took it personal. Jerry went at him personally. Mike McCarthy, it was a whole different discussion. I'm gonna let you hear about him in a moment. But he went at Amari Cooper personal. He did. He went at Amari Cooper personal. And with all of that storm swirling around, they pushed Amari Cooper right on out the door. And really hurt this franchise. They set this franchise back. People try to blame Dak Prescott. But Jerry Jerry has done this at least 3 times I can remember. And y'all can probably remember there's been more than 3 times. Jerry, the problem with Jerry being the GM is that as the GM, because he takes things personal sometimes, he will do things that a regular or a normal GM wouldn't do. The owner could be mad at a player, but he won't take it out on the said player the way Jerry takes it out on a player, because he's both owner and GM. And a real smart GM, even if the owner has a problem with the player, that GM can try to have a conversation with the owner, try to maybe, hey, hold on, Jay, hold on a second, man. You got to understand what this guy is. I know he doesn't want to do this, or I know that we're saying this and we're saying this, but hey, hold on. Let's really think about this before we get this guy out the door. What is this going to do to this team? What is it going to do to us about winning? Somebody has to be able to have that conversation. But Jerry does things personal. He did it with Jimmy Johnson. It's personal. Jerry didn't fire Jimmy. A lot of people say he fired Jimmy. He didn't fire Jimmy. Jimmy's contract was up. It was a 5-year deal. His contract was up. And so what Jerry did was he didn't extend it. It was personal. It was stupid and personal. The 90s Dallas Cowboys of Jimmy Johnson. I believe right now the Dallas Cowboys would be being talked about as the greatest team ever. The 90s Cowboys would have went down bona fide history, I believe, as the greatest football team ever. They won 3 Super Bowls in 4 seasons. I believe if Jimmy Johnson is there in the 94 season, the Cowboys three-peat. The Cowboys were so bleeping good under Jimmy Johnson taking care of the personnel issues. The Cowboys could have achieved something that I don't think no one can fathom. The Cowboys could have four-peated. The Cowboys could have literally four-peated. They were that good. That Herschel Walker trade, people do not understand. You have to go do the breadcrumb trail on the Herschel Walker trade and what Jimmy Johnson was able to do with that trade. I mean, Jimmy took that trade. Jimmy drafted. Jimmy traded more. Jimmy drafted. Jimmy traded. Jimmy drafted. Jimmy traded. By the time you got done with all the things, the moves that they made with that Herschel Walker, they built a team for a decade almost. I mean, they literally could have built a team for a decade the way Jimmy kept just manipulating all of the trades and things he was doing based on the things with that Herschel Walker trade. He built a literal team, and I don't even know if I call it as much a super team because they had all these superstars. Jimmy didn't do what people do today. What people try to do today is that they try to find already ready-made superstars and make a super team. That's not what Jimmy did. Jimmy was such an evaluator of talent that Jimmy was able, through the kind of culture that he built, the coaching style that he built, the philosophy, the schemes they ran, Jimmy made some of these players into superstars. He made some of them into superstars. And it wasn't until we started looking back much later we realized, like, these guys were superstars. Jimmy just built a great team. This dude just knew football. He knew personnel. He was so close to that college life, and he knew so many players, had been in so many players' living rooms. Jimmy he had he had the heartbeat of personnel. They could have four-peated. They could have four-peated, man. They really could have. They were that doggone good. I could have seen that team easily winning 6 in the 90s. I could have saw them from 92 to 2000. 6, easy. The moment Jimmy left, Jerry couldn't maintain it. He couldn't maintain it. He put that country club atmosphere with the Cowboys. He built that country club atmosphere with the Cowboys. No accountability. It was all about the brand. Jerry built the brand. He turned the Cowboys into, a part of his business portfolio. And it was no longer important to him to win as much as it was to grow the business. And the one thing I'll give Jerry, I'll never take from Jerry, he really built the business of football for the NFL. Jerry changed the NFL. It'll never be the same. It will always be, or at least for a long time, because of the things that Jerry is responsible for putting in place, it will always be now the greatest sport on earth. But as far as what he did with the Cowboys, once he got the Cowboys to win those Super Bowls, his hunger for winning was not the same. Jerry started winning in other ways with the NFL. He started winning in some of the things he was implementing with the NFL, but he started failing his own team. And so Jerry, he's done these things. He took it personal with Jimmy. And Jerry, he just does these things. He gets the points. He takes things personal, and it just don't work when Jerry does it like that. And this is one of the reasons why Jerry's got to get to the point to where he doesn't try to do his business personally like that. And I think that that's one of the problems with being the GM / owner. Moses 3212, he said, I believe if Jerry was to apologize, Cooper would play. Remember, he took a pay cut to stay. He loved being a Cowboy. Man, let me tell you something, Moses. It's going to take more than an apology, man. I don't think it's going to be to come in that room and I'm sorry, man. Let's get to playing football. No. And I'm just telling you, Moses 3212, I teach people this stuff, man. Boy, you got to be careful what you do to people. You have to be careful what you do to people. Man, some people will forgive you and just go on about their business. You got to be careful what you do to people. Man, when you start messing with people's integrity, their principles, their morals, their values, man, people will leave you alone in a heartbeat. The dude said, I don't think it's a money issue. No, it's not. Because at this point in his career, I'm not sure Amari could command a vet wide receiver salary that is hard for most NFL teams to handle. The dude, let me tell you something. I guarantee you. Yeah, Jackie Smith. That's it. Yep. What you got right there. What you got right there. That was the rift. That was the rift. Daniel Lim said also, 2G, is that the other wide receivers on the market is Keenan Allen, and he's wanting way too much for his next contract. I heard he wants $20 million. Oh, yeah, he's not coming to Dallas. And let me tell you something about Keenan Allen. Since we own Keenan Allen, you got to think about the position Keenan Allen is in. What is he, 31? He's not getting any younger. Keenan Allen has officially, at least in my estimation, Keenan Allen is in the perfect position. Keenan Allen is in the perfect position. Keenan Allen has to answer he has to answer a fundamental question for himself. Keenan Allen has to answer the question, does he want a championship or does he want more money? Which one is it? Because if I'm Keenan Allen, I'm at a point in my career, I want to win a championship. So rather than me just trying to get a deal, I don't want a deal because I know I'm going to eventually get one. I want to go to a team so I can win a championship. That's what I'm doing when I get to that age and I don't have a contract anymore. I'm going to do exactly what DeAndre Hopkins is doing. Mercenary work. I'm doing mercenary work. I'm doing mercenary work. Where are the teams that are maybe one player away from the Super Bowl, that's who I want to play for. Because if you think about those teams don't necessarily need to build their teams. And, they don't need to build their teams the way a team that is trying to build their team towards a championship. They're very careful how they're spending their money because they're trying to get a whole lot of players. But if I can find a team that already has a team and they need very few players, that's who I want to play for. Because that's the team that'll say, hey, man, we'll give you like $10 million to come here and play one season. Hey, man, we'll give you $15 million to come here and play one season. If I was him, my agent, I'd be calling Kansas City. I would have called the Baltimore Ravens. See, he's in a position to where he could be calling teams. Now, a lot of these guys, they don't want to call a team because the moment you call a team, you lose all the leverage. But I would literally be sitting back saying, like, okay, I'm going to hope one of these teams call me. Because if I just want the money, well, then I can go to a team that I feel like, well, I don't really care if they got 3 years or 5 years. Just give me a contract where I can make about $25-30 million. I don't really care. He's in a situation, too. He's got to decide if he wants to win championships at this stage of his career. He's 31 years old. He's still got some tread on the tires. But, again, does he want to spend the next 2 to 3 years with a team that isn't going to win a Super Bowl, even though I believe the Cowboys are going to make a ferocious Super Bowl run in 26 and 27? The issue is, I don't think the Cowboys are going to give him a 3-year deal. I don't think they're going to give him a 3-year deal. And I don't think the Cowboys are going to give any older receiver a 3-year deal. And this is one of the very reasons why I didn't think they were going to try to do Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton is 29, will be 30 years of age. Why in the world am I going to give Courtland Sutton a 3-year deal? I was kind of laughing because somebody was saying, yeah, he's only 29. Only 29? Come on. Man, we're not talking about a quarterback. We're talking about a wide receiver. No, I'm not I'm not spending that money on a 29-year-old wide receiver, just like with Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen would have to significantly come down on his price. Man, I'm not paying Keenan Allen no 3-year deal, man. He's 31 years old. I don't want to watch Keenan Allen fall off a cliff. He might not fall off a cliff, but I don't want to watch if he does. There's a reason why DeAndre Hopkins is still in mercenary mode. Man, nobody's giving 30-year-old plus receivers no doggone 3 and 4 and 5 year contracts. You're just not doing it. You're just not doing it. This is why we see these older wide receivers. This happens to them all the time. They hit mercenary age. I mean, that's it. They hit mercenary age. Nobody wants to watch them fall off a cliff. And so they get these 1-year deals. This is kind of what happens to them. They get these 1-year deals, 2-year deals tops. I don't think that's working into the Cowboys. See, a lot of these guys that the Cowboys have on these 1-year rentals, they are 1-year rentals. Those 1-year guys, you're going to see very few of them come back except for maybe some of the real young guys who I think the Cowboys think that they can maybe turn it into something. Like Kyer Elam, I believe they hope he's going to turn out. They're hoping the tight end they got from Chicago, he's young. They're hoping he turn out. But there'll be very few of the others that'll be back on those 1-year deals. So Keenan Allen has his own decisions to make. Because I do believe that Keenan Allen can probably go to a team that, hey, man, they're going to try to win right now. But again, Keenan Allen is going to have a problem with the kind of money. I think, if I'm not mistaken, who was it just saying Keenan Allen wanted, somebody was saying he wanted $20 million. Because that's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing he wants $20 million. Easy. Dominique said it'll be a cold day, and you know where before Jerry apologizes to a player. And especially, hey, Dominique, especially the kind of apology he's going to have to offer up Amari Cooper. I don't think he just needs to. He don't. When you do to a man what he did to him, that doggone thing need to be out there in the public too. I mean, he really. Yeah, Dominique said it. Says you can tell the fix was in when they began to target Schultz more than him. And then Dominique, Schultz mistaken that for thinking he was a top 5 tight end. Yeah, it hadn't been the same since he left Dak. Jackie Smith said, I agree. Then if I come back, it will be a money thing. I forgot about the yeah. And guess what, Jackie? If that's why he coming back, you don't want to bring him back because his heart won't be in it. His heart won't be in it. And that's the issue you start running into when you start dealing this thing. And again, and I'm gonna play this video with Cooper. But again, I'm gonna play this video about Amari Cooper. But again, and you think about it, y'all are asking some good questions. Jackie Smith, you're right. I said this stuff before. When you know who you are, you will never accept foolishness. So I may have to rethink this. Jackie Smith, it wasn't a money move. Amari Cooper wouldn't even trip if it had been a money move. Amari Cooper wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't have tripped. He understands this is a business. But they insulted this man on so many different ways. They insulted his principles. They insulted his integrity. They insulted his ability. They started putting it out there. He doesn't, he disappears in games. Probably could be true in some respects. Doesn't want to play. He could come back, but he doesn't want to practice. No, he didn't want to do what the Cowboys like for their players to do. The Cowboys like for their players to play hurt. And I know it's football. All the players are playing hurt. But the Cowboys want you to play hurt. I mean, the Cowboys don't want you to play regular hurt. They want you to play hurt. You got a slight tear in your meniscus? Okay, sit down about 3 weeks. Let's let it kind of whatever heal a little bit, and then you come back out there with a knee brace. Really? Yeah, really. Man, the Cowboys, man, I love my team. But I be thinking sometimes, man, Michael Gallup, I think he came back too early. Trayvon Diggs, I think might have came back too early from some. I mean, the Cowboys have kind of done some of this type of stuff. But again, boy, they really insulted this man. Shaw, what's going on? He ain't coming back. I'm with you. He ain't coming back. And then, when you talk about George Pickens does not fit what the Cowboys are doing. He doesn't. He doesn't fit what they're doing. Brian Schottenheimer, just pay attention. The Dallas Cowboys chose players who had, or character guys in this draft. They chose them over players who might have been better because they had issues. And one of these guys, y'all tell me what you think. Let me see. Let me make sure what his name is. Again. So y'all tell me this. Let's take the character stuff out of the whole picture. Just for a moment. So the Cowboys could have got Walter Nolan. Would you have taken Walter Nolan? No locker room, no character stuff. Would you have taken Walter Nolan over Tyler Booker? Would you have taken Walter Nolan over Tyler Booker? Because I'm going to tell you, based on what they were saying, this is another one of the things that had them leaning more towards Tyler Booker because of Walter Nolan's whatever those issues are. I mean, whatever the issues are on him. They didn't think he was a character guy. Whatever that, I don't know enough about Walter Nolan. Maybe some of y'all know some things about him. But from what my understanding is, Walter Nolan It was like this was some issues that they had with him. I don't know what those issues were. And then the kid from the other kid from Marshall. So we got Donovan Ezerau, right? Edge rusher from Marshall, Mike Green. Mike Green. Is Donovan Ezeraku better than Mike Green? Is Donovan Ezeraku better than Mike Green? Because it says that Green was widely projected as a first-round talent. So why do we think the Cowboys didn't get him? Well, let me show you here. Let me show you. What exactly caused Green's major slide during the 2025 draft? The main culprit is likely a handful of off-the-field issues. Green, it turns out, faced two different allegations of SA between high school and college, as the new Ravens pass rusher confirmed during February's NFL scouting combine. So do you think that he's better than Donovan Ezeraku, or do you think Donovan is better? I can tell you this. They were talking about this. They wanted to put him on the draft board, and Brian Schottenheimer said no. Brian Schottenheimer said no. He's the player. He's one of these players they were pounding the table on. And so I'm saying all of that to say George Pickens. George Pickens, very good wide receiver. George Pickens got some. Just going to show you. This stuff has been building up on George Pickens. This isn't a one-off. This stuff has been building on George Pickens. You can find multiple incidents of this stuff all over the internet about George Pickens. This isn't a slander campaign against him, a smear campaign against George Pickens. I'm just telling you, he don't fit what they're trying to do. He's actually what they're trying to get away from. They don't want these types of players no more. Look, Steelers' Mike Tomlin calls George Pickens' in-game frustrations a problem. You can find multiple instances of this stuff. Multiple instances. It is a problem because it's not solution-oriented, he told reporters regarding Pickens' action Monday. We're all frustrated, but we got to manage our frustrations in a professional, mature way. When it's not done that way, it's not necessarily pushing us towards solutions. Tell me why people are hollering for George Pickens again? Brian Schottenheimer keeps telling us at every return without telling us, y'all can stop talking about George Pickens. I'm not saying he's saying that specifically about George Pickens, but he is saying that about George Pickens. And what I mean by that is he's talking about people like him. Brian Schottenheimer does not want to manage this. And again, there's another guy we were talking about. If I'm not mistaken, this is the guy, Deontay Johnson. I think people were talking about the Cowboys signing him. He just signed a one-year deal, if I'm not mistaken. Might have been the Ravens or somebody. Look at what it says here. Fellow wideout Deontay Johnson also spoke out about Pickens' attitude after the game. He's probably frustrated. My job is to continue to tell him to keep his head in the game, he told reporters. You never know when your opportunity is going to come, and you can't let one bad play define you. It's not the first time I heard that being said, because Mike Tomlin said the same thing. I actually saw a video of Mike Tomlin telling him the same thing. It's not a smear campaign. I'm just telling you, he doesn't fit what they're trying to do. He doesn't fit what they're trying to do. He doesn't. And this stuff is over and over and over. As you just think about these incidents about Pickens. Over and over and over. You just keep seeing this stuff. No, Pickens is not coming to Dallas either. Don't see it. Do not see it. It's not happening. It's not happening. He doesn't fit what they're doing. He absolutely doesn't fit what they're doing. Miss Matrix, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. I agree with you, Miss Matrix. Hit that like button. I agree with you. Jackie Smith, character issues. This, and Jackie, I asked this the other day. Are the Dallas Cowboys overemphasizing character? Are we talking about one-off incidents? Because for me, if we got something that's a one-off incident, I don't consider that to be a character issue. We have to understand we're dealing with young people. And I know people think, oh, he 21, he 22. I still consider those as kids. It's when you start getting around, your brain, it's like your brain is not fully developed until you, as a man, it seems to around, 25-ish. This is why, it's comical sometimes to me. It doesn't mean that young men can't be very mature. I have some very mature sons. I know some other young men who are very mature. I know some young men who are way more mature. Well, I shouldn't say way more, but they're more mature than my children. My sons are more mature than some other people's children. It just goes on and on. There's different levels of this thing. But at the same time, even in all those maturity levels, young men, it takes about, once we hit that about 25, 26, we start getting our heads screwed on pretty good. And we don't even understand what we're doing. We're running around here giving young men 18 years old. Young men who are 18 and 19 years old, minds aren't even fully developed yet. We're running around here making them millionaires, and we want them to make old men decisions. You got to work with these young men. You really do. You got to work with them. You got to help them mature. They need guidance. A lot of people don't understand this part. Young men need mentors. They need mentors. They need great moms, great women in their life. They need great men, coaches, and they need great fathers in their life. They need a combination of all of that, or they got to get as much of that in whatever area they can. They're young. You got to keep young men on track. So when we're talking about one-off stuff, that's not really character stuff. Maybe they were hanging with a wrong crowd, made a decision to go out with somebody one night, did something stupid. It's not character stuff. But when you start seeing some of the stuff that George Pickens is dealing with, it's kind of like what Mike Tomlin is talking about. It's not solution-oriented stuff. Like, it's not something you can fix with him. It's not just here's the answer. It's fixed. So that's why another reason why I don't think he's coming here. And then also when you think about Amari Cooper, now I'm going to drop the bomb on you. I'm going to drop the bomb on you with Amari Cooper. Because there are multiple sides to this thing with Amari Cooper. Let me take you back for a moment. Some people do not agree with this. But I believe there is truth. And I believe there's a whole lot of truth to this. And some people who were Mike McCarthy fans, they didn't like when Bobby Belt dropped this bomb. Bobby Belt dropped a megaton bomb, and people don't like it. But it was a megaton bomb. It doesn't matter if people... Dallas Cowboys 92. All right, let me write that down. Williams from Detroit. We'll look at that in just a moment. All right. Appreciate you. Williams from Detroit. We'll look at him too. So we're kind of combining, if not Amari Cooper, who? A lot of people didn't like this piece. Some people were calling it a hit piece. I didn't think it was a hit piece. I just think that somebody decided that they were going to tell the truth about Mike McCarthy, because Mike McCarthy, I don't want to say too many bad things about him. I'll just let me put it in the diplomatic way. Let's see. How do I put this in a diplomatic way? Mike McCarthy was a shrewd operator. I'm telling y'all, Mike McCarthy was a shrewd operator. Mike McCarthy is one of these type of people you got to be very careful of. And I'm not saying, I don't know how I'm saying. I'm just telling you the facts. He's the type of person, he's really smart. Mike McCarthy knows football. I still say Mike McCarthy is the type of guy that if you had some kind of football board on your team to kind of advise your team, logistics and innovations and how to really put things together and put things in order, he's good at that stuff. He's good at that stuff. Analytical guy, very good at that stuff. But he lacks what it requires to really be a leader of men. Mike McCarthy, I'm telling y'all, he got fired in Green Bay for the very reason people do not understand. The very reason why the Joneses, and there are people who will argue with me on this and they don't believe me, but I'm telling you, if you just pay attention to the facts, that man was doomed the very day they got the brakes beat off them by the Green Bay Packers. No, they had already made their mind up. Let me give you let me tell you who we're dealing with when we're talking about the Joneses. They will pay players who don't play for them. They'll do that. They'll save some money and still pay that void year money on a player that's not playing for them. They've done it for years. But let me tell you what they will rarely do. They don't want to pay a coach who not coaching for them. They don't want to do it. The Cowboys do not like paying coaches who are not coaching for them. Because some people, well, why'd they bring him back? He had 1 year left on his deal. The Cowboys, in a sense, you think about what they did to Mike McCarthy. The Cowboys did something really crazy to Mike McCarthy if we really think about it in the grand scheme of things. They stripped him of all the depth, all the veteran players. They stripped him of that team from 2023. They didn't bring back no veterans, nothing. Instead, they decided to go with all of these backup players they had drafted, backup players. They left Mike McCarthy with all those young players and said, now go win with that. Did nothing hardly in free agency last year. Mike McCarthy's last year of his deal. Nothing. Do y'all realize, I talked about this before, do y'all realize they didn't even replace Amari Cooper in the grand scheme of things. They never replaced Amari Cooper. They allowed the 2023 team to play without linebackers. I mean, they were doing some crazy stuff. But in 2024, they really did it to him. They left him with pretty much nothing. The man wanted a running back. They skipped over Derrick Henry, said heck no to Saquon Barkley, and brought back Zeke. Explain that to me again. And then it came to fruition that Mike McCarthy was actually asking for, I think it was Aaron Jones, the Green Bay running back, the very one who ran us out of our own stadium. I think one of the issues is the Cowboys didn't want to pay Mike McCarthy while he's sitting at home. And they were willing to say, hey, we're gonna roll with our guys, these guys that we've been wanting to give an opportunity. Well, Mike, win with them. They started getting injured one after one, and they didn't have any depth. Did the Cowboys, did Jerry and those guys look concerned? They didn't to me. They didn't look very concerned to me. They really didn't look concerned. And as much as they talked Mike McCarthy up, I noticed, boy, but when they got to that last game, boy, the way Jerry was talking about Mike McCarthy, I said, oh, he done changed his tune. Think about this. I worked in corporate. The dude, you worked in corporate. We both understand this. Think about this. The dude, when we worked in corporate, how many times, rather than firing a person, the dude, how many times did we force him out? How many times, the dude, did we, rather than fire a person, we did so many undermined things to him? And maybe you didn't, the dude, but the company that I work for, I watched them do underhanded things to people they wanted to get rid of sometimes. Rather than firing them, they would do things to make them quit. And people were saying, well, the Cowboys, why would they bring him back for the last interview? Explain to me again, why would they bring him back to the last interview and start putting all kinds of stipulations on that if he was going to be the coach for them going forward? And again, can somebody explain to me? I was watching this interview I'm about to show you with Bobby Belt. Can somebody explain to me what happened with the Jason Witten thing? Even Jane Slater reported this. Our trusty Jane Slater. That one of the things they told Mike McCarthy, that if he was going to come back as the coach, Jason Witten was going to have to be on the staff. Do y'all remember when we were all having that discussion? Content creators, everybody was reporting on this. Even the media guys were reporting on this. It is me, Jason Witten. All of a sudden, Brian Schottenheimer gets hired. And there's no talk of Jason Witten. Nobody finds this to be strange. Well, Mike McCarthy didn't want to come back because they only told him he was going to get a 2 or 3 year extension. Well, y'all tell me what you think. So you're going to turn down $10 million. I mean, I think he was making, they said maybe 4. Let's say if he's making 4. So you're going to turn down $8 million? You'll turn down $8 million not to coach for 2 seasons with a 3rd-year option. Because if I'm not mistaken, some were saying that was the offer. So you're going to turn down 2 years with a 3-year option and go to no options. Is that what you're telling me? Because I got news for us. You're not going to see Mike McCarthy. I'll be shocked if you see Mike McCarthy coaching again. The New Orleans Saints chose Kellen Moore over him. They chose Kellen Moore over him. I don't think you're going to see him coaching again. But the Cowboys, rather than firing him, they made that joker quit. And they were not going to pay him sitting at home. They were not going to do it. Jerry had already said he regretted firing, who was it, Wade Phillips or one of them? He did this to a couple of coaches. And Jerry said he didn't want to do that again. He said he regretted it. Yeah, he don't want to, because that coaching money is different. There's a budget for that player money. That coaching money, nah, they don't want to pay that coaching money. They don't. The dude said he in his 40s and his prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed. Tim Padelli, what's going on? Jackie Smith, this is exactly what I'm hitting on. Pickens has had multiple issues with Mike Tomlin. He ain't coming to Dallas. He ain't coming because they ain't bringing him. If the Cowboys wanted George Pickens, they could have got him. Nah, they didn't want him. No, they didn't want him. They're not looking for those type of players. That's not who they're looking for. They're not. He ain't coming. I'll be shocked if they get George Pickens. Yes, and you right, the dude. Tomlin is a leader of men. He might be a defensive-minded head coach, but he's still a great leader. So he's fed up with Pickens. That's not a good sign. Shoots, yeah. Nah, he ain't coming here. I can tell you up front, he ain't coming here. Because this dude is different. This dude, Brian Schottenheimer, he different. He don't want none of that. He don't want none of that. He don't want to deal with none of that. He don't want to do it. The dude, I'm about to show you exactly why what you're saying is right. What's going on, Uncle Charles from Birmingham, Alabama? What's going on? Yes, sir. Salute to you, too. Dallas Cowboys 92. That 49er game, they went to Cooper like 3 times and 1 TD and never went back to him in that playoff game. Yep. John Clark said, I know that they're not in the same position, but I would take Cooper over Stephon Gilmore any day. I'd take both of them. I'd take both of them. Sean Ginsburg, Big Mike like blaming others. Yes, sir. Daniel Lim, nope. Amari and Jerry not close anymore. No. You're right. They insulted that man. The business move, Amari Cooper wouldn't have tripped. They insulted this man. Jerry insulted him. Mike McCarthy insulted him. Boy, they insulted this man on so many levels. I'd be shocked if he came back. And a lot of people are getting, hey man, I'm not criticizing people. I'm just going to bring you into remembrance now. I'm about to bring you into remembrance.
Are we totally focused on football here? Are we totally locked in? And that's where when you start asking questions, did you get the most?
Right.
And that, again, that's enough. Receivers coach can't be so and needs, it's like was one that he thought was on stuff outside of just that unusual factor. Now, over the course of that season, the 21 season, Mike McCarthy really sours on Amari Cooper.
Uh-oh. Y'all ready? Boy, I'm about to put y'all back into remembrance. People got mad when Bobby Belt put this piece out. I'm sorry. I was blown away by the people who were saying, I don't believe any of this stuff with no sources. The thing that I had to remind people of, where do you think he got this stuff from? Where do you think Bobby Bell got this stuff from? Even Mike Fisher started coming back, verifying and agreeing with things that he was saying. People knew this stuff was true, but they didn't want to report on all this nonsense that was going on in-house. And think about what happened after they hired Brian Schottenheimer. Culture, communication, continuity. Those are the things. I even picked up on something else that Brian Schottenheimer said. I told Jerry, if you hire me, nobody's going to outwork me. What does that mean, sir? You always have to catch on to things that people are saying when they want to get moved up in the organization. Because if you're smart, you're paying attention to the person who was in front of you in the organization. And if that person got moved out, if you're smart, well, one of the things you're going to tell them you're going to do, I'm going to do everything he wasn't doing. I mean, that's what you're going to do. You're going to capitalize on what just transpired. And you're going to tell him, hey, man, I'm going to do everything he wasn't doing. I mean, just listen to things that Brian, and look at how they're doing this team. We want high character guys. We want leadership guys. Look at the coaching staff they hired. I mean, Bobby Belt about to put us back into remembrance. Hold on, let me read a couple of comments. Miss Matrix, she said, so gee, I just got back and haven't been able to catch all the replays. She said, now, why should we be excited about every move? Have the Cowboys really shown us anything different in years past? Okay, we'll go over that in just a moment. Again. All right, let me read a couple more. Dallas Cowboys 92. Yes, sir. Dallas Cowboys 92. I can hear that song. They played when LeBron James went back to Cleveland. Dallas Cowboys 92. I'm coming home. That's what I'm hearing when you said, come home, Cooper. The Cowboys 92, he said, come home, Cooper. Boy. The dude said, undermine you, say. He said, who would you like, boy? Woo, I'm rolling over here, man. Okay. Well, let me play this video, boy. I'm telling you, man. Boy. 808 Cowboy. Okay. He said he would come back, but he said the interest needs to be minimal. What interest? What interest? Meaning they have him on the list but didn't call him yet. He open to it but waiting for a call. This is confirmed. What's the mutual interest? This is not simple as do they want him to come there. But again, Ado a Cowboy. But I'm going to give you the other side of this story because I'm not going to give this story to you one-sided. I'm going to give you the complete picture because something you just said, it's also playing into the picture. Keep listening. Listen to this. Just keep listening. See, a lot of people didn't like what Bobby Belt was saying in this thing. Boy, this dude was dropping megaton bombs.
Working with Mike McCarthy on stuff outside of just that unusual factor. Now, over the course of that season, the 21 season, Mike McCarthy really sours on Amari Cooper. And I think he felt like Amari Cooper was probably one of the, in fact, definitely, he felt like Amari Cooper was one of the bad apples who was spoiling the locker room for him. That he felt like Cooper and a couple other players who I've heard names, but not consistently enough to comfortably say. I've heard consistently Cooper was one that he thought was spoiling the locker for him.
In what regard? What way? Because we just hear, free thinker. There's the COVID aspect. It was practicing.
And Mike McCarthy was very frustrated that he would never practice. That was something that irritated him, that he'd show up for game day, but he wouldn't practice necessarily because of bumps and bruises and different things like that. The Cooper thing, it wasn't like there was, hey, I've caught you talking about this or I've heard you talking about this. He just knew that he had natural tension with Amari, as a lot of people did, because Amari's a really smart guy and it's like, you need to explain the logic to me of everything.
Yes.
Stop right there. Who are the other people? Who are the other people? Is he talking about players or is he talking about coaches, front office people, etc.? Who are the other people? Because I'm telling you, they did an absolute hit piece on Amari Cooper. They did a hit piece on this man. And when I hear someone says that the interest must be mutual, no, there's going to have to be a conversation. There is going to have to be a conversation. And I want to see this come to fruition because Amari Cooper is going to really have to want to be a Dallas Cowboy. And if he does come, I'm wondering, or if the conversation heats up, what kind of money he's going to be asking for. Because I'm telling you, this is way deeper than people think. This is the very reason why Kellen Moore, people can tell me anything they want to. Kellen Moore didn't want this job. Kellen Moore didn't want this job. Kellen Moore knew his stock was high. He knew it was rising. He knew he had a great chance at the New Orleans Saints job. He didn't want this one. Some people say, yeah, they didn't want him. No, I don't think he wanted Dallas. He didn't want Dallas. They rubbed so many people the wrong way with Mike McCarthy. I don't even think y'all understand what I'm telling us. They rubbed a lot of people wrong with Mike McCarthy. Because Mike McCarthy is a shrewd operator. He felt some type of way because Dan Quinn was there. Dan Quinn was ready to get up out of here, period. End of story. He was ready to get up out of here. They allowed this man to run Kellen Moore out of town on one of the best seasons Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott had. If you go back and look at the season when they when they beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the playoffs and barely lost to the San Francisco 49ers, if you go back and look at that season and you compare that season to the 2023 season, you're going to be astounded. They didn't look too much different. Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott together were insane. They were literally insane. And even that last year, there's a reason why they called it the Texas Coast. It was the West Coast mixed with some of Kellen Moore's stuff. And then even more wrinkles added by Brian Schottenheimer. this franchise, if you'll just listen to everything they're saying, it was a mess under Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy ran Kellen Moore out, runs out Amari Cooper, or helped run out Amari Cooper because of the way that he felt about him. I'm telling you, what they did to Amari Cooper was personal. It don't go down as business. No, it was personal.
Yes.
And a lot of people view that as defiance. And it caused some issues with Sanjay Law, the old receivers coach.
808 Cowboy. And I appreciate what you put. Has anybody thought, as much as people say discussions, which those are semantics to me, you can discuss you can be having a discussion and somebody's name is in the discussion. It don't mean you're discussing them. A discussion is when it's only you they're talking about. To me, that's a discussion. That's a discussion. So when when we talk about these things, let's understand this. What make us think the Dallas Cowboys actually want Amari Cooper back? What makes anybody think the Cowboys even want Amari Cooper back in the building? Has anybody considered this? The Cowboys, I don't think they want Amari Cooper back in the building. As much as people, and this is what I noticed we were doing before the draft. People were projecting on the Cowboys who they wanted them to get. They're projecting it on the Cowboys. And for whatever reason, they're coming up with all this stuff about, yeah, man, he going to be back in Dallas. Give me the indicator again. Because James Slater, are we not listening? Him as well as other wide receivers came up in a discussion. That's not real for me. It's not a discussion until the total discussion is about me. But if you're just mentioning me in with a lot of guys, you might be kind of just sizing up some things and looking at who this and that and the other, and I might be at the bottom of the list. I'm not even really in the discussion. I might actually be the person they done put on the outside of the list. I'm not really in the discussion. I'm a part of the discussion, but I'm not really in the discussion for the person to be. Why do people think the Cowboys want Amari Cooper? Why do people think they want Amari Cooper? Do people not understand that maybe they don't want him back, especially as it pertains to Jerry and Steven? Because they both, and I know I heard Jerry say it flat out or kind of allude to it. Amari Cooper disappearing in games. Yep, that was coming from Jerry. So what would be different? Let me let you hear the rest of this. Because I got more for you on this. And this is why I'm telling us, people just project on the Cowboys what they want, but then if you really start looking at the reality of these situations, they're not real. Amari Cooper to Dallas to me isn't real. I just don't see it as being real. There are so many different hurdles. As Amari Cooper said, mutual interest. How do we know the Cowboys even want Amari Cooper in any shape, form, or fashion?
That way.
Sanjay Law.
And that was a tense point. In fact, in 2019, when he played those 3 snaps against the Jets and went out, that was a big problem for the Cowboys, where they were like, your relationship with your receivers coach can't be so bad that there's a lack of communication to even tell us how hurt you are or to how much this is bugging you. That's a problem. Which they're right. That they couldn't get to that point. But Mike McCarthy, I think, always felt like Amari Cooper was part of things that would leak out about people being upset. And so because that a lot of times there wasn't anything that definitively pointed that. It was an assumption. He just assumed that was one of the people that was really stirring things up for him. And that feedback, that critical feedback of Amari Cooper to the front office about his practice habits, about other, how much does he care? That carried over to, I think, the front office, and that influenced their opinions on him to where when they traded Amari Cooper, they were
hold on. Did you catch what he said? That influenced their opinions. Have you ever been in a situation there's a person that maybe don't like you. Maybe you had a run-in with a person. Maybe you had a disagreement. They'll start talking to other people about you, right? Those other people don't even know you per se. Or sometimes they'll even know you. You ever notice that even though you haven't had a confrontation or anything with them, they'll start spewing the same stuff that the other person said about you? This stuff with Amari Cooper, guys, I'm telling you, this is personal. This ain't business. This wasn't business. This isn't a business issue. This is not a business issue as it applies to Amari Cooper and the Dallas Cowboys. It's not. And even when you think about Amari Cooper, does Amari Cooper really fit the bill of what the Cowboys said they wanted in a wide receiver too? Now, Amari Cooper, when he came to Dallas, he fit that description. Does he fit that description now? Does Amari Cooper really fit the description right now of an explosive number 2 receiver? I didn't say good. The Cowboys said explosive. Is Amari Cooper what you call explosive right now? Is he explosive? Let's dive in. Is Amari Cooper explosive? Does he fit the description that the Dallas Cowboys say they are looking for in a wide receiver? Is he explosive? All right, so let's go here. Do y'all not understand? For everybody talking about Amari Cooper, and I know people are making arguments for Amari Cooper. Do y'all not understand how many people are saying that Amari Cooper is cooked? Do we not understand how many people are saying this? There are people who are saying that Amari Cooper is cooked. 808 Cowboy. He says, you don't believe what Amari Cooper is quoted as saying. Oh, I believe what he said, 808 Cowboy. But I'm saying you got to read what he's saying. You're looking at the glass the way that you want to look at it. I'm looking at this glass. You can look at a glass in 2 ways, bro. Half empty, half full. I typically look at the glass half full. But as it applies to Amari Cooper and the Dallas Cowboys, with all the evidence that we have about this situation, that's a glass that's actually half empty, and people are trying to make it half full. That glass is not half empty. I mean, it's not half full. It's not half full. It's half empty. And Amari Cooper, in what he said, there will have to be mutual interest. Do we not understand what mutual interest means? It's not just both of us will be interested in coming together again. That also means we're going to have to agree on how we're going to come back together again. You might have a interest, not you. Someone may have an interest. There may be a mutual interest. As a person who deal with marriage counseling, for example, there sometimes is a mutual interest between a husband and a wife, or an ex-husband, or 2 people who may have separated. There's a mutual interest in them getting back together. Yeah, they both have a mutual interest. The problem is the terms. That's the issue. The terms. What are the terms of us coming together on this mutual interest? What are the terms? Because the terms matter. And when you start sitting down with 2 people who have a mutual interest in coming back together, let me tell you what they also want. They want some reconciliation. They don't want hey, we got mutual interest on coming back together. So since we got mutual interest on coming back together, let's just get back together and we back together. No, it don't work like that. When there are mutual interests, somebody is saying something, I'm willing to sit down and talk. and let's see if we can work this out. We have interest, but we don't have an agreement. Understand what I'm telling you, brother? 808 Cowboy, there's a difference in a mutual interest and an agreement. I've heard people even in the NFL talking about a mutual interest. And why doesn't it work out? Because mutual interest is not an agreement. Mutual interest is sitting down to see, now that we have a mutual interest, can we get on the same page and come to an agreement? Mutual interest does not equate into an agreement. And Amari Cooper is saying it exactly right. There has to be mutual interest. And again, 808 Cowboy, I'm going to ask you and all of us again, how in the world, what makes us think the Dallas Cowboys want Amari Cooper back in Dallas? We keep projecting. People keep projecting on the Cowboys what they see in Amari Cooper. I got news for all of us Amari Cooper fans, including me. I like Amari Cooper. Do we not understand? People in this league are not looking at Amari Cooper the way some of us are looking at Amari Cooper. Some of us are making these cases for Amari Cooper. They're not looking at Amari Cooper the same. They're not doing it. Even the Dallas Cowboys, they're not looking at him the same. Amari Cooper, I got news for all of us, and I'm going to say this, and I'm a huge Amari Cooper fan. Please do not put right now, at least right now, do not put Amari Cooper and explosive in the same sentence. Amari Cooper is not the same Amari Cooper that was in Dallas. He's not the same Amari Cooper. You can tell me what you want to. You can, and people can get mad. You're entitled to your opinion. But brother, facts matter. Facts matter. And the facts are the facts. This man is not the same. And there are people out there. There are people out there saying that this dude isn't the same. They're saying it. And they're saying it not just based on the fact they don't like Amari Cooper. They're saying it based on his performance. They're saying it based on his performance. This came out, I think it was Matthew Berry that was talking about this. NFL expert Matthew Berry of NBC Sports believes the former Pro Bowler is done. Berry took to social media and revealed what a former coach of Cooper's told him. Amari is finished. It's not me saying it, Berry said. That's from an offensive coach of a former team of his that I spoke to at the Combine. People are saying this stuff. They're not thinking about Amari Cooper the way people are thinking about Amari Cooper. Because if you look at what he has looked like the last couple of seasons, Amari Cooper isn't exactly tearing it up out there. He isn't tearing it up. Do we not understand? The Buffalo Bills brought in Amari Cooper. The Buffalo Bills brought in Amari Cooper. For what? What do you think they brought him in for? They brought him in because they thought he was going to come in and really just ball out with the Buffalo Bills. He didn't. And the reason why Cleveland was willing to let him go is because he wasn't balling out with the Cleveland Browns anymore. And the thing that we don't understand is that these scouts in the NFL, they're all looking at this tape on these players. See, some of us are pretty good at what we do, but some of us actually think we're better than these scouts in the NFL. They're doing all this work on these players, and we think they have it wrong. You are what your play says you are at the end of the day. You are. Should the Bills bring back Amari Cooper if the price is right? They're saying this stuff, and you can find multiple articles on this stuff. And this is the stuff that I'm trying to help us as Cowboy fans with. You can think how you want to think. I'm not one who gets mad at people about thinking stuff the way they want to think stuff. But what I am telling us is, because we want another wide receiver so bad, we will project on the Cowboys what we think they ought to do. And so one of the moves, and you keep seeing all these crazy thought process, and I'm not going to say they're crazy, but we keep seeing all of these suggestions that if people were really paying attention, you would really understand there's more to this, man. There's more to this than we're wanting to admit. And at the end of the day, it's just what it is. I think we're clamoring for an Amari Cooper that was with Dak Prescott his first 2 seasons, rather than the Amari Cooper that we've barely seen, but we still think that he is what he used to be. Just like a lot of people, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I'm going to say it, and it may sound bad. Just like people who were talking about, the Cowboys are bringing back Ezekiel Elliott. What? Man, this was pure comedy. And people, they were putting together all kinds of just stuff. Zeke steal this. Zeke steal. No. Stop it. No. Zeke is nowhere close to the Zeke the Cowboys needed. That don't mean he was washed totally up. But he definitely wasn't what the Cowboys needed. Rico Dowdle was better than him. He was. He was better than him. Even Zeke, I think, thought he was better than what he was. No. It wasn't the same Zeke. And we're talking about Amari Cooper. And let me tell you what I'm asking myself if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. This is what I'm asking myself if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. And y'all tell me where you are on this, because I'm not going to, you're entitled to your own opinion. Y'all tell me where you are on this. But I have to ask myself a question. If I bring Amari Cooper back, and I do not understand, why do we keep saying the Cowboys need a veteran presence in the locker room at wide receiver? We already have a veteran presence in the locker room at wide receiver. His name is CeeDee Lamb. Hello. I didn't pay CeeDee Lamb, and I'm sure they're thinking like this, because I would be thinking like this. I didn't pay CeeDee Lamb to need a veteran presence in the locker room. I didn't pay CeeDee Lamb for that. If I need a veteran presence in the locker room while paying CeeDee Lamb $31 million, then I shouldn't have paid CeeDee Lamb $31 million. The Cowboys are not looking for a veteran presence in the locker room. They're not looking for a veteran presence in the locker room at wide receiver. The Cowboys are looking for an explosive second wide receiver for CeeDee Lamb. Now, if you're being honest with yourself, and I love me some Amari Cooper, I'm not even going to be mad if he come back. You better understand what Amari Cooper is. He ain't that. He ain't that. Will he be a solid wide receiver? I'm sure that he will. But you have to ask yourself, how much better is he than Jonathan Mingo? Because we don't really know what Jonathan Mingo is yet. And I do believe the Cowboys are going to give themselves an opportunity to see what Jonathan Mingo is. And I'll be honest with you, no one probably likes what I'm about to tell you. I think they do need to see what he is. The Cowboys need to see what Jonathan Mingo is. Because Jonathan Mingo, if you see what he is, then you can see what you really need. Don't bring in Amari Cooper and then he emerges and then you got money tied up in Amari Cooper that you probably really didn't need, and then you wind up cutting him anyway at a certain point in the season, and you're not even using, you just wasted the money. No, you might need to see what he is and determine if you need to bring in another wide receiver. But I'm telling us again, the Cowboys are not trying to rent a one-year wide receiver either. At least I don't think they are. Because if they did, that is exactly the only thing they would be doing. You have to ask yourself, how much better is Amari Cooper than Jonathan Mingo? And you got to see what Jonathan Mingo is. You do. But I don't think they're thinking about. I'm laughing at people who actually are like, yeah, man, because Cooper is this and Cooper is this and Cooper is this. And what make you think Dallas want this dude? And I mean, I don't mean that with disrespect, but what makes us think the Cowboys are looking at this dude? They're looking at his production. They're looking at his production, and I don't even think we want to look at it because we don't. If we really face what he is, and we'll do the same stuff, we'll go in and we'll just start like just cherry picking plays, saying, "Hey man, this dude is still good." Is that what you're looking for? Are you just looking for good? Or are you looking for what the Cowboys said? We're looking for an explosive number 2 receiver. Then he ain't that. He's not that. I'm sorry. And I love some Amari Cooper. He changed the trajectory of Dak Prescott's career. He did. His concise route running, I mean, he really helped Dak out with his timing, his expectation, his anticipation, his trust in his own arm. He really helped Dak Prescott out. That was then. We got to understand that if he does come back, yeah, he'll probably, I think he'd be good. Just stop thinking you're going to see the same Amari Cooper that you saw when he first got to Dallas, because Amari Cooper is still living. For all intents and purposes, he's still the same Amari Cooper. He got hurt in Cleveland, missed time. Got hurt in Buffalo, missed time, and his production on those last 2 stints, it wasn't quite there. It wasn't. And I'm just telling us, if you look at this stuff, you can find it all over the place. They're all saying there's something not quite right about one Amari Cooper. There are a lot of people saying this. And I don't want to wish on him or say that he's cooked or any of those things like that. But I'm just telling you, these are the things they're saying. They're saying this stuff. And the stuff is out there. It's not just stuff that people are making up. It's stuff that is out there. When you look at what happened with the Buffalo Bills, I mean, just look at this stuff, man. Just look at this stuff. They're talking about how he was injured and things of that nature. They're talking about it over and over and over. Look at this. Let me just read you this. It says, this was Yahoo Sports. It says when Amari Cooper was traded to the Buffalo Bills during the 2024 season, the organization hoped they were pairing a top receiver with their MVP winning starting quarterback in Josh Allen. Why do you think they traded for him? Why do you think they traded for Amari Cooper as they were getting close to a Super Bowl run? What do you think they were hoping for with Amari Cooper? Maybe the same thing that the fans of Amari Cooper, of whom I am one, but I'm just being a little bit more realistic of where he is. They were hoping the same thing that people who want him back here are hoping with Amari Cooper. He's going to come in and he's going to be the same Amari Cooper. In actuality, he can't be the same Amari Cooper, because if he's the same Amari Cooper, then what does that say about CeeDee Lamb? The Cowboys are not looking for that type of wide receiver. They're not looking for that type of wide receiver anymore, because CeeDee Lamb is their top receiver. And then what they're looking for with Amari Cooper, can he come in and get some of the double coverage off of one CeeDee Lamb? I'm not sure if that's true. Look at what it says. Plenty of things happen to make that not the case. Really? What were those things that happened? It says after the deal that sent Cooper from the Browns to the Bills, the former Pro Bowl wideout recorded just 20 catches for 297 yards and 2 touchdowns. In the playoffs, he recorded 6 receptions for 41 yards in 3 games. What was the problem? What was the problem? It says, while he played in 8 games, the Bills understand his failings don't necessarily fall directly on him. I do think Amari helped our offense, being said. Did he put up all pro numbers in the games he was in here? No. I think that's for various reasons. Again, our offense improved. We averaged over 30 points. I think we were second in the league in total scoring. And you guys kind of know the mantra that was established this year by Josh and Joe Brady of everybody eats. Adding him was not going to get away from that. But does that take a little pressure off of Khalil Shakir, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, the run game, all that? So I do not regret the move. Really? So why not bring him back then? Why not? You got to understand what he's doing. He doesn't want to say he regretted the move, because the move really didn't get them what they expected. It says here, it's good for Bean not to regret the move, but it is abundantly clear. Do you think they brought him in to only get 41 yards or whatever it was, 47 yards in the playoffs? 8 receptions over 3 games? No, they brought him in because they thought he was going to be the difference maker in the playoffs that he actually wasn't. He wasn't. He was not that piece. It says here, Cooper is a 5-time Pro Bowler who started with the Raiders, was traded to the Dallas Cowboys, was trade dumped to Cleveland, and then was brought to Buffalo as a final piece sort of talent. That's what you bring in this type of receiver for. He's supposed to be the get you over the hump receiver. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. Here it is. Is this not been an MO for Amari Cooper? Bills manager Brandon Beane said he suffered the wrist injury. How many times was he injured in Dallas? Injured in Cleveland? Injured in Buffalo? I'm just telling us we need to be thinking about what we're saying. And the Cowboys are saying in a sense, are we bringing back Amari Cooper just to be a number 2? Because if we're bringing him back just to be a number 2, can Mingo fill that job? Can Mingo fill just being a number 2? The reason why Stephen Jones is saying we don't have a number 2 is because Stephen Jones is wanting an explosive number 2. Again, Amari isn't that. He hasn't been in a while. He isn't that. And you see this stuff all over. And again, even when you think about Keenan Allen, if you're being honest with yourself, and don't get me wrong, I would love to have Keenan Allen here. Just temper your expectations. That's all I'm telling us. Temper your expectations. You got to understand what they're asking for. And it doesn't sound like what they're asking for is what we're projecting upon them. And so again, I'll be shocked. And if Amari Cooper does come back here, I'm not telling you I would be mad. I wouldn't be mad if Amari Cooper came back. But what I would do is I would temper my expectations. And I would really be understanding that if Amari Cooper came back here, let's just not be expecting Amari Cooper to be the Amari Cooper he was when he first got to Dallas. That is not what you're going to get. I think you'll get a solid number 2 wide receiver. But then again, the Cowboys are also just, when you just think about how the Cowboys think, how much are we willing to play just for a solid number 2 wide receiver? Because Amari Cooper didn't do himself any favor last year and showed that he was still that explosive wide receiver that someone may be looking for. Miss Matrix said, if Michael Gallup is back, then how is Amari Cooper washed? Well, we're going to see if Michael Gallup is back because we don't really know if he's back yet. We know he's with the Washington Commanders, Miss Matrix. We don't know if he's back. We got to see what he looks like. And again, you know, when you think about Michael Gallup, let's think about Michael Gallup, Miss Matrix. Let me make sure I'm correct on this. You think about Michael Gallup. So Michael Gallup was hurt. He took a whole year off. And so, as it pertains to Michael Gallup, I don't know if anybody really knows what he is. And when you think about Dan Quinn picking up Michael Gallup, maybe he's doing this based on who he thinks that Michael Gallup could be. Maybe Michael Gallup, and I do think the Cowboys brought Michael Gallup back too early from that injury. We don't even know if Michael Gallup makes it out of training camp. We don't know. We don't know what he is. I can't tell you on the Michael Gallup thing. I don't know. Because he may be still, he may be washed. We don't know what he is yet. And I don't... There's just something about Dan Quinn sometimes with some of these players because what he gave up for Marshawn Lattimore, I think Michael Gallup is they just want to see what Michael Gallup is. Bottom line. Dallas Cowboy 92 said they did not reach out to him, but he is willing to reach out to them if Jerry called him first in a nutshell. Oh, okay. Okay. Again, it is going to require some serious reconciliation for Amari Cooper to play in Dallas again. It is. Sean Ginsberg, I could see this happening. Coop might sign a 1-year trip back to Buffalo. For real. Yep. For real. Richard Owens, he said he is what the team needs because he's a savvy veteran that will give you at least 19. Wait, hold on a second now. Richard Owens. 19 touchdowns, man. 19 man, Amari Cooper ain't giving nobody 19 touchdowns. Man, what wide receivers giving any team 19 touchdowns? Man, that's a lot of touchdowns, man. Amari Cooper ain't giving no Dallas Cowboys 19 touchdowns. He'd be good to give a team 9 touchdowns, let alone 19 touchdowns. That ain't happening. I don't think Tyler Lockett has more talent than Amari has left, by the way. People are still mentioning him. Man, we got to see what Lockett is, too. I thought Tyler Lockett got signed by somebody. But again, Think about the description the Cowboys are looking for. They said they wanted an explosive number 2 receiver. There's a reason they have not brought in Tyler Lockett as of yet. I will not be surprised if he finds his way into the Cowboys training camp, but he may not find his way into the Cowboys training camp. I'm just telling y'all, and I'm going to put this right here.
Yes! Here we go!
Daniel M., I know you're not going to want to hear this. The Cowboys want to see what, and I know y'all don't like what I'm telling you. You got to listen to their language. They really want to see what this dude, Jonathan Mingo, is. I'm just telling us. The Cowboys want to see what Jonathan Mingo is. Whether people love it, like it, or hate it, they want to see what Mingo is. They think, CGW, he says, if we don't get another game changer as it relates to a number 2 receiver, maybe this kid Fairweather, the tight end, can help, but they need to get someone or we can forget this season. Just follow this, what I'm telling you. Jaden Blue is not a bell cow running back. Jaden Blue is going to, if you just look at his career at Texas, the small snapshot that we have, he's an edge running. He's a in space. You want to kind of get him to the edge, whatever the case may be. He's very fast, but he's going to be able to be worked in the passing game. Jaden Blue can be a problem in a passing game for a team, because that's probably exactly how the Cowboys are going to use him. They will use him probably running the ball, running some sweeps, things of that nature. But he has 4.2. What are they saying? 4.29, 4.25. Jaden Blue, if you go do the film research on him, this guy, Brian Broaddus said it today when we watched the Brian Broaddus give us the thing on him. He can play receiver. He can play receiver. He can be used in the passing game, and he will be an explosive piece of the passing game. He absolutely will be. He will be an explosive part of the passing game if all things remain the same. And that's one of the reasons why I do believe the Cowboys are probably, they can surprise me and sign Amari Cooper tomorrow. And again, believe me when I tell you, I'm not going to be mad about it. The only thing I'm going to hope for is that Amari Cooper is, maybe he's went through just a little bit of an injury stint and he come in with the Cowboys, be rejuvenated, be glad to be back in Dallas, be glad to be back with Dak, be glad to be back with CD. And man, he had one of the greatest year or 2 or 3 years of his career. I'll be ecstatic if he does, because I really, really like Amari Cooper. When Amari Cooper is healthy and on his game, I don't think there's a better route runner in the league than Amari Cooper. And another thing about Amari Cooper, he's a very strong wide receiver. He's no joke. He's no joke as a wide receiver. When he's healthy, he's on his game, he's strong, he's a great route runner, great hands catcher. Great hands catcher. So he's got a lot of pluses, especially if you can get him back to where he used to be. But again, mutual interest in discussions. This is just semantics right now. And my question is, we acting like, yeah, man, he'll come back to the Cowboys. Who say they want him back? Who says they want him? Who says they want him back? And if he does come back, I guarantee you the Cowboys are going to want him on some cheap deal. Andre Mosley, I think Keenan Allen is too expensive for the Cowboys. I agree with you, Dallas Cowboy 92. That's why when you start talking about mutual interest, that means somebody got to sit down and talk. You got to sit down and talk. When you say we want to get back together and there was something that broke you up, then you got to sit down and see, okay, does our mutual interest, does it equate into an agreement? Because mutual interests don't always equate into an agreement. Heard this language before. Doesn't mean, how old is Sutton? 29 years old. Sutton's about to be 30 years old. I thought Tyler Lockett had got signed. Yeah, I was thinking Tyler Lockett got signed. I was about to look it up, but I thought Lockett had got signed. Sean Ginsberg. Turpin is probably going to be a big part of this offense. But again, Jaden Blue is going to play in the Cowboys passing game. It only makes sense. It only makes sense to play Jaden Blue in the pass game because Jaden Blue he played in the passing game at Texas. Ty Church, yeah, and again, Keenan Allen, he gonna be asking for two. Keenan Allen's going to have to come off the money he's asking to play with the Cowboys because I'm hearing he's asking for 15 to 20 million, and that ain't happening with the Cowboys. Lord Nova and Shenard, what's going on? That is not happening with the Cowboys. Andre said Keenan Allen is better than Amari Cooper. There are probably a lot of people that would agree with you, Andre Mosley. Only problem with Keenan Allen, they're not paying him that money he wants. The dude, I'm trying to tell people, the dude, I'm trying to tell people this in the nicest way. The Cowboys like Jonathan Mingo. They like Jonathan Mingo. And if people are not paying attention, they're actually trying to sell us Jonathan Mingo. That's why you keep hearing them say, especially Jerry, you keep hearing them talk about Jonathan Mingo. They really like Jonathan Mingo. They do. It just is what it is. And so in the grand scheme of things, I think they're going to give him a shot. Sean Ginsberg, that's it. Keenan Allen, man, his pay automatically throws him out of any conversation with the Cowboys. Ty Church, there it is. Coop might have to come for $4 million. And I don't know if Coop going to play for $4 million, but I'd love to see it. Man, Coop coming here for $4 million, boy, that would be great. Dallas Cowboy 92, he said they mentioned his name for clickbait. That's why they use Amari name. All smoke screen, truly sad. And you think about how the Amari Cooper thing is kind of happening. It's not you're hearing the Cowboys talking about Amari Cooper out loud. It's people talking out loud saying that the Cowboys behind closed doors are talking about Amari Cooper. I don't understand why people don't. What makes somebody think the Cowboys want Amari Cooper back? They didn't want him here. That's why they shipped him out. And it wasn't just a money thing. Azteca, he says, serviceable, sure, explosive. You don't think of that anymore when you're talking about Amari Cooper. You don't. I'd love to have him in, but I don't think it was happening. Charles Thompson. If Cooper was so good, he'd still be in Buffalo. Facts. Facts. All right, let me see. Let's check it out, man. Let's see what we have. Let's pull it up here. Let's go to wide receivers. Doesn't look like this is necessary. Okay, here we go. Available. All right. See, this becomes the problem, CGW. Let's look at this list real quick. This becomes the problem. Look at the pay on these receivers. Just look at them. Keenan Allen, previous pay was $20 million. He's not playing for the Cowboys for $5 or $7 million. Amari Cooper, his previous pay was $20 million, I guess. Ty Church, $4 million? Shoo. Boy, that'd be crazy. Nelson Aguilar. I think it looks like these are the available ones. Nelson Aguilar, DJ Clark, Tyler Boyd, Elijah Moore, Brandon Powell, Chris Conley, Jamison Crowder, Deontay Hardy, and I'm hoping this is up to date. Gunnar Alzewski, Allen Robinson, Colin Johnson, Nasimba Webster, Malik Taylor, so on and so on. Now, here becomes the problem. You ready for the problem now? You're not asking yourself this, but the Cowboys are asking themselves this. This is Grant DuBose. He's the one at the middle and down at the bottom. I'm sorry. So the Cowboys are asking themselves this. Is Jalen Tolbert and Jonathan Mingo better than Grant DuBose, DJ Turner, Anthony Schwartz, Britton Covey, Jalen Darden, Devin Tompkins, Jawan Winfrey, Malik Taylor, and Simba Webster, Colin Johnson, Allen Robinson? They're asking themselves, are their two wide receivers who they classify as probably the threes that are competing to try to be a two, even though Tolbert is not in the running. They really want to see what Mingo is. Tolbert is probably their solid number three with all intents and purposes. Are these wide receivers better than what the Cowboys think they have? Not what you and I think they have. Daniel Lim, like I said, my man Daniel Lim, I love what Daniel Lim be saying. He's not convinced. I love my man Daniel Lim. He's not convinced on Jonathan Mingo. And I understand why he's not convinced, because we've really yet to see him with Dak Prescott. And so from everything he's seen in Carolina, he doesn't feel like he can be that number two wide receiver. But I believe the Cowboys are saying, we believe he can be that number two wide receiver with Dak Prescott. They're thinking about Cedric Wilson. They're thinking about Noah Brown. They're thinking about Dalton Schultz. They're thinking about how Dak Prescott has been able to really connect with some of these types of players. So they're saying, I want to see what Jonathan Mingo looks like. So the question becomes, where on this list do you get to the point to where you say this wide receiver is better than Jonathan Mingo and Jalen Tolbert? And if they're better than Jonathan Mingo and Jalen Tolbert, what's the price? What's the price? Well, Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper, they're already priced out. They're already priced out. DeAndre Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken, I think DeAndre Hopkins signed what? An $8 million deal, a 1 year, $8 million deal, maybe with the Baltimore Ravens. So what would Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper sign for? And I would even go as far as with Keenan Allen. I'm not sure Keenan Allen is going to play no doggone mercenary with teams on 1 year deals. And if he is going to play mercenary deals on 1 year deals with teams, Keenan Allen is probably going to want to be paid. He ain't coming on no team probably playing for $15 million unless he playing for less than, $10 million? I don't think Keenan Allen's going to play for any team for less than $10 million unless Keenan Allen believes he can go to that team and win a Super Bowl. And I'm talking about that year, not no next year. Johnny Blue, what's going on, man? Appreciate that super chat. See, you saying something. Jerry's the one that pulled that trigger on Mingo. Hey, man, Jerry want this man to be him. And so when you think about this list, who on this list do y'all think the Cowboys could get? Because this is what you're looking at. Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper. And I'm not sure, is this age right on Keenan Allen? 33 years old? I guess it is right. Nah, Keenan Allen ain't coming to Dallas. He ain't coming. People might as well scratch him out. He's not coming. I don't see that happening. Because I don't believe Keenan Allen is playing for... He, at 33, is not playing on no doggone discounted contract. I don't think it's going to happen unless he's going to play for a team that he believes could win the Super Bowl that year. The dude said Amari didn't for the Buffalo and Mingo didn't for Dallas. He said, I think fans fail to realize it's not easy as a wide receiver. Just drop into any offense midseason and give you all pro production. You're right. That is one of the reasons why there are some people who would want they would like to see Amari Cooper back in Buffalo maybe for one more go-round. But again, man, I'm just going to tell you, Amari Cooper, just telling you, he does rub some teams and some people the wrong way because he gets them little niggling injuries and then he's not going to play on them, which I understand why he doesn't. CGW said, I know you or anyone else is not convinced that Mingo can help this team. There is someone out there and we need to get one or we're not going to scare anyone at that position. Now, I will say this about Mingo. Got to understand something about Jonathan Mingo. I really do think people are just, I just really think we got to really kind of wait and see. We really got to wait and see on Jonathan Mingo. Okay, excuse me. We got to really wait and see on Jonathan Mingo. Let's see here. Yeah, like I said, we're really going to have to wait and see on Jonathan Mingo. And what we have to do, we just got to see what he is with Dak Prescott. And I do believe the Cowboys are going to give him a chance to do so. I really do. Okay, and it says, Jonathan Mingo just helped the Panthers draft massive steal on day 3. So they're talking about the Jonathan Mingo replacement, talking about how good he is or whatever the case may be. So, people are always looking at that pick that a team got with whatever they got from the Cowboys. But we'll see how that turns out. But, again, I just think they really want to see what this dude is. Tim Pennell said, so y'all want Pickens. Hold on a second. Let's go to this dude. Let's go to Williams for Detroit. I think his name came up. Let's see what his contract is, because this is what you're talking about here. Let's see. Man, he had a pretty good year last year. 58 receptions, 1,000 yards. Jeez. Whoo, he was balling, man. He a big play receiver. It's obvious he is a big play receiver. Okay, let's see here. So obviously there is some drama, or was some drama. Maybe this is why this is being talked about. Looks like there's some drama. Lions, Jameson Williams drama officially over after latest Dan Campbell interaction. Says the Detroit Lions have been embroiled in endless speculation this offseason surrounding the star wide receiver Jameson Williams. Heading into his 4th season in Detroit after his breakout 2024 campaign, Williams' future has been much discussed due to the rising cost of elite pass catchers. Many had speculated that the Lions may prefer to trade the former first-round pick now instead of giving him a massive contract extension that could make things difficult for the front office financially. Detroit ended these speculations at least for another year when they exercised Williams' 5th-year option. Out the window on that. They now have the flexibility to evaluate their team for another season and work out a deal with their elite deep ball threat in 2026. Yeah, he's a big play. Boy, when you got 58 receptions and 1,000 yards, whoa, man, you are literally big play. Big play all the way, man. So, yeah, they exercised that. Yeah, they exercised. It doesn't mean, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean they couldn't trade him. But let's look at that 5th-year option. Let's look at this 5th-year option and see what it looked like. Yeah, that's it on that that's it on Jameson Williams. And I don't think the Cowboys would have picked him up anyway. I don't think the Cowboys would have picked him up because his contract, you're talking about that fifth-year option thing. Yeah, let's see here. I'm sorry. Did I say Jameson Taylor? Jameson Williams. All right. Yeah, Lions exercise fifth-year option on this thing. Let's see what it is. Yep, the Cowboys were not doing this. I can tell you up front. They were not paying him $15 million for one season. $15 million. Yep, he was not getting re-signed. I mean, he was not getting signed by the Cowboys. They were not going to do that. Because that also means they would have had to come back and then work a deal out with him. And that's just not going to happen. The Cowboys didn't even want to, they're not going to do that. So Jameson Williams is off the table for the Cowboys. And again, I think another receiver that was on that list. I think another receiver was on that list. Okay, maybe it wasn't him. Somebody got signed today. Another one of these players the Cowboys were talking about. I forgot the guy's name, but somebody was signed that the Cowboys were looking at. I can't remember his name, but I think he got signed yesterday. So he's out of there too. Of course, we know the Titans signed Tyler Lockett, and I think that was actually a couple of days ago. And again, maybe it's Deontay Fleming or Dante Fleming.
All right, welcome back to One Bar and Up Again.
Yeah, let's see. No, it's not him. That's an undrafted free agent. There was a player, and I can't remember who he was, but he was one of these wide receivers that everyone was talking about. He wound up getting signed too. So the Cowboys, and this is another reason, and I know y'all not going to like what I'm telling you. This is another reason that the Cowboys are probably going to be really taking their time on this, because the grand scheme of things, they don't have a choice. If you think about the list that we looked at, if you're talking about two receivers that are going to probably make an impact, they don't have to be necessarily, I think if you're talking about explosive, we probably need to get that out of our heads. But if you're talking about two wide receivers that can make an impact because they're savvy veterans, Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper, the only way they're playing for the Cowboys is they're going to have to take massive, massive pay cuts. Massive pay cuts. I just can't see them coming, neither one of them coming to the Cowboys playing for less than $10 million. I can't see it. Chanel says Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Darius Slayton, Josh Palmer, Brandon Cooks, De'Ami Brown, Mac Hollins, DeMarcus Robbins, Ashton Doolin, and Trent Sherfield, and Nick something. Okay, AW. Let me know what that means. Some are wide receiver free agents. Yeah, that was the list I put up a second ago. And again, and these wide receivers are going to come off the board. Sean Ginsberg, he said that Flo and Mingo might be a legit third in October. I think they thinking that this dude Mingo can be a number 2. Okay, you said we don't have time for that. Go get Hill. Okay, who is Hill? Okay, I don't know who the Johnson guy is. There it is, CGW. This is the part that you're saying, and this is why I say, guys, let me put this up here again. Let's be honest with ourselves. This looks like the available list. Let's look at it again. This is the list of available receivers. This is it. This is the available receivers. Who on this list? Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper. I just think those guys are out of the question. I do. I believe Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper are out of the question. Just maybe if one of them was willing to come in below $10 million. Maybe they were willing to sign a 2-year, $15 million deal. I think Cooper would maybe get that deal before Keenan Allen, being 33. Amari Cooper's about to be 31. 2 years, $15 million guaranteed. I mean, that'd be probably a great deal. They're saying the market value looks like for one Amari Cooper is $18.9 million. The question is, will they pay for that type of money? Because other than that, this is what's out there, unless there's something out there they don't have on here. Nelson Aguilar, DJ Clark, Tyler Boyd. I mean, this is the stuff you're looking at. This is all what you're looking at right here. I mean, anybody on the list that jumps out at anybody, I just don't see anybody that jumps out. Not that I would be considering trying, because I'm just looking at these guys like, are they any better than what you have? And that's the question the Cowboys are asking themselves. Where's the threshold on this list to where these guys aren't better than anything that you have? Are they better than Mingo, Tolbert, Flanoy? Are they better than those three? Because if they're not, there's no point in even getting them. I just don't. I hope the Cowboys take their time on this. I hope they don't rush and do anything. Let me see something here. Let me see if I can pull this. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. Let's see if we can pull something else out of our sleeve here. I was trying to figure out if there was a way to track if anybody's announced post-June 1st cut wide receivers. That's what I was trying to find. If there was maybe a list out there of wide receivers on this post-June 1st cut list. But I don't guess they have a such list. Okay, let's see here. All right. And the thing is, the receivers that were in this thing was, I don't know, this is the best they could do, I guess. Devontae Adams, gone, of course. Lockett now gone. Cooper Kupp gone. Christian Kirk, wide receiver, Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm not sure. Maybe he'll be one. I'm not sure on him. But this is kind of a dead end. I guess we won't really know. Maybe everybody hasn't decided on it yet, so they haven't really made a list of any sort. But the Cowboys are kind of cut. They're kind of, it is what it is. But the Cowboys, as far as a wide receiver go, they're really kind of painted into a corner. I know we probably don't like that, but the Cowboys are kind of painted into a corner. This may be the guy who I was thinking about that got signed. It is him, Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson got signed to the Browns on a 1-year deal. Robert Woods got signed 1 year, $2 million. Boy, this right here blew my mind. Hunter Renfrow, I thought he had retired or something. He got signed. Tyler Lockett, which y'all would have wanted Tyler Lockett on a 1 year, $4 million deal, worth up to $6 million. So, again, man, the pickings are getting slim out there for the Cowboys. I'm just telling you. The pickings are getting slim. And the Cowboys might just have to go. They might just have to go. Okay, let me look at that real quick. Let's look at that real quick. Because really, you're probably right, Daniel M. The only way they're probably going to find a wide receiver is a trade. Let's see here. And the thing, or the key is the money. And again, this list they have, of course, it's not happening. Pickens, I don't believe is happening. Tyreek Hill, definitely not happening. Cortland Sutton, don't think it's happening. He's in the final year of his deal. You're going to have to work out a deal with him. Amari Cooper, talking about the reunion with Amari Cooper. And then, of course, you got Keenan Allen. And then you got a couple of names here. Quentin Johnson. So the next problem becomes the contract. When you start talking about these trades, you got to deal with the contract. So the Cowboys willing to take on the contracts. Okay, now this guy you just brought up, Quentin Johnson, he's got that would be a very manageable contract, I would imagine, for the Cowboys. 24 years old, you're talking about $3 million and $4 million. So I guess the next question is, what are you talking about trading for him? Excuse me. What would you want to trade for him? What would you want to trade for him? Because if you make a trade for him, you're going to be stuck with Quentin Johnson for at least 2 years. And then the question again. Now, here's my problem with him. Quentin Johnston. Here becomes the problem. So do you think, and let's look at this. See, this is the stuff you have to start looking at. So let's pull up Jalen Tolbert's 2024 stats. Let's pull up Jalen Tolbert's 2024 stats. So Jalen Tolbert, 49 receptions, 610 yards, 7 touchdowns, most on the team, tied for 21st, 12.4 yards per reception. So if I look over here at Quentin Johnston, how much better is he than Jalen Tolbert? Because if I'm looking at the stats, him and Jalen Tolbert, they're the same receiver almost. He's got 55 receptions, 711 yards. Jalen Tolbert has 49 receptions, 610 yards. Jalen Tolbert has an average of 12.4 yards per catch. He has an average of last year, 12.9 yards per catch. His longest is 66. He had 8 touchdowns. Jalen Tolbert had 7 touchdowns. These become the questions you're asking yourself. How much better is this guy than Jalen Tolbert? If I look at Jalen Tolbert in 2023, let's see here. If I look at Jalen Tolbert in 2023, Jalen Tolbert had 268 yards on only 22 receptions. He had 431 yards on 38 receptions. So when I'm looking at these two receivers, Daniel M., the Cowboys are going to ask themselves, well, is he even better than Jalen Tolbert? Because I got a strange feeling the Cowboys think that Jonathan Mingo is better than Jalen Tolbert. I really think they think he is. How much better is he? You know, that's kind of what you're looking at. Again, Alec Pierce. You said Alec Pierce from the Colts. See, all of this stuff matters. You're talking about money and production. And then you're comparing those to what you already have. Now, Alan Pierce, now this dude right here, he looks like he's got a little bit more production. When you're talking about 37 receptions for 824 yards, this dude is making some huge plays. He's making some huge plays somewhere. Average 22.3. His longest is 65 yards. He got 7 touchdowns. Now, this dude right here, this could be somebody that maybe you want to talk to. And then, let's see. What's his name? Alec Pierce. So the next thing would be to look at his contract. So if you look at his contract's not too bad. It's a $4 million contract. Problem is, looks like he is an unrestricted free agent. So this would leave the Cowboys, if they wanted to bring him in, this would leave the Cowboys to have to deal. You know, the Cowboys could work out a deal with him. The question is, are they talking about trading him? Because, man, he wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that one right there, Daniel M. Alec Pierce wouldn't be too bad at all, man. He looks pretty good. Yeah, he looks pretty good. Now, let's go to Jalen McMillan. I think this is another interesting you have here. Let's look at his contract. Okay, so he's on a very manageable contract. Oh, yeah, he's on a very manageable contract. You're only talking about what is that? That's probably somewhere around 3, 4, probably around 4.2, 4.5 million maybe over the next 3 years. It's not a bad contract. Let's look at his let's look at his stats. All right, let's look at his stats here. Jake McMillan, what kind of potential does he have? Okay. All right, so did he kind of just start playing? It looks like 2024. He doesn't even, let me make sure here. It doesn't even show anything hardly for him. 1 regular season game. Is that what that is? Okay, let's look here. 24. So he had 37 receptions, 58 targets, 461 yards. He looks kind of similar to Tolbert in some respects. Jalen McMillan. All right, let's pull him up a little bit closer here. Now, he's one of these ones I would probably be questioning myself. Like, okay, is he really better than Tolbert? Because those numbers look similar. Is he better than Tolbert? That's kind of the Tolbert average. So of the three, the Alec Pierce guy, that's one. If I were the Cowboys, I would probably be looking at him more than the other two, because to me those numbers just look like Jalen Tolbert's numbers. But this dude Alec Pierce, yeah, he big play. Yeah, he big play. Alec Pierce is big play. Now the question is are they on the block? Jenkins game, and he said all those guys are gone. Yeah, they're already on teams. They're already on teams is the issue. But Alec Pierce, Alec Pierce would be the issue if we're talking about the ones that Daniel M did. But other than that, some of these other people, they just keep falling off the board. They just keep falling off the board. Yes, sir. Father Time is undefeated. This is one of the reasons why, man, Keenan Allen better go and get in there. Keenan Allen better go and get in there and get signed. Yeah, that the other one I showed, the other list was outdated, but the up-to-date list was up to date for sure. DJ Mixology, appreciate that $20 super chat. DJ Mixology, I appreciate it. He said, one thing I can say, G, man, they better bring a lunch because they can't outwork you. That's for sure. Appreciate you. He said, Cowboys for life. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm trying to put in some work, man. Trying to put in some work for Cowboys Nation, especially for y'all late nighters. Some of y'all like the late night work. Chanel, he said the list is not ready yet. Okay, yeah, the list I was looking for, the post-June 1st cuts. Yeah, okay, good. It's not ready yet. But, hey, the list of Daniel M, man, this dude, Alec Pierce, I'm not sure he's going to be on anybody's list. He's nice, though. Yeah, that dude, Alec Pierce, boy, he big play. Yeah, he big play. But, again, Joe Smith, the question becomes about Jalen McMillan. I got him up on the screen. So you got Jalen Tolbert. And Cowboys got to get away from these doggone Jalens. They have got to get away from these Jalens. It'd be another Jalen on the team. 49 for 610. 37 for 461. He only has one more touchdown. When you look at their average, they're the same people. Jalen Tolbert and Jalen McMillan are the same people. Jalen Tolbert is 6'1" and 195. He's 6'1", 192. They're the same people. They're the same people. Jalen McMillan is 23. He was picked up in round 3, pick number 92. Jalen Tolbert is 26, I'm sorry. He was picked up in 2022, round 3, pick 88. They're the same player, but 3 years younger. So you would get a 3 years younger Jalen Tolbert. He Jalen Tolbert. Yeah, I don't like the Jake McMillan one. Yeah, I don't like the Jake McMillan one because I don't want to trade to get what I already have. Jalen Tolbert is already him. And we still got Ryan Flournoy. We got to see if Ryan Flournoy is going to take a step this year. Now, Alec Pierce, that's an upgrade. Alec Pierce is an upgrade. Question is, though, is he going to be on anybody's trade unless we're just saying the Cowboys make a call to just flat out get on the phone. But if you mess around and get on the phone and you start calling for Alec Pierce, yeah, you're going to have to give up some draft capital from the following year. And I'm not even sure they want to do that. Sean Gisberg, he said, laugh out loud, get J Mac. Again, J Mac is Jalen Tolbert. He's the same person. He's the same person. Yeah, he's the same person. So they're not doing Cortland Sutton. And again, this is what you do when you start looking at making trades. Jalen McMillan he would be more of the same. He would be classified as another number 3 receiver. He's not what you're looking for. He's not what you're looking for if you're the Cowboys. Because again, if you're looking, okay, DJ Clark. If you're looking for explosive, I don't even know if McMillan fits that, but I think Alec Pierce does. You said his name is DJ Clark. I was about to say, because I saw like a real DJ come up. Okay, so DJ Clark Jr. Is that who we're talking about? Oh, no, that's way too far back. I see defensive back. I see an old wide receiver on here, but this can't be who you're talking about. All I see is DJ Clark Jr. And then I see a DJ Clark, some kid in college that looked like a Green Bay Packers jersey. I don't see anything on DJ Clark. Is this a Green Bay guy? Now, the problem is, again, some of these players, the question is, are they on the block? Are these guys on the block? That becomes the question. And I'm not sure that some of these guys are on the block because that Alec Pierce kid, hey, he would be nice on the block. Lisa Worley, this is the part. Lisa Worley, this is the part that you're mentioning. For every time you mention a player, is that player better than what you have? And I believe the Cowboys are saying that those players aren't better than what they have. Boy, the dude, you, me, and Timothy Govin, all 3 of us. Boy, I would love to trade for Hendrickson. And you know what? The dude, I got a strange feeling with the way Cincinnati drafted. Man, Trey Hendrickson may be out there for the taking here pretty soon. He may literally be out there for the taking. So we're going to see. Chargers may put him on the block. Okay, let me see. Hold on. So you said DJ Clark? Okay, so the reason why I had to do a double take on him is he hasn't had any production. Okay, so he was with another team before. Is that what it is? Okay, he's an older wide receiver, though. Hmm. Mm-mm. He Jalen Tolbert. He 35 receptions in 2023. He was with the he's starting to get moved around a little bit. He was with the Jags for what, 4 years. Went to Detroit. He played 11 games, 30 receptions, 502 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was shipped to Carolina, 15 games, 35 receptions, 525 yards, 5 touchdowns. He got hurt in 2024. Oh, no. Nah, they ain't thinking about him. He ain't what they looking for. And I really do believe the funny thing is what they're looking for don't exist. I think what they're looking for don't exist. I don't think what they're looking for exists. This dude, Alec Pierce, Daniel M., he's probably the one I would be thinking about. Alec Pierce is a big play receiver. It is obvious. Yeah, when you look at his stats, yeah, you can tell he's a big play receiver. Of those ones you mentioned, yeah, he would be the one. If I were the Cowboys, I would probably be knocking on the door. Yeah, he big play, man. Yeah, he big play. 37 receptions, 824 yards. Ooh, he big play, man. Yeah, he big play. Yeah, he got a 22.3 per game average. No, I'm sorry, per catch average. Shoot, man. Boy, he making some pretty big plays, man. For sure. Yeah, he big play. See some of these, he big play. And he really improved from 2023 to 2024. He only played 16 games. Yeah, he was pretty good there, man. He really stepped it up. Production really stepped up. I mean, when you talk about just yards, I mean, he only had 5 more receptions than 2023. He only had 5 more receptions and only 4 more targets. But the yard jump, 310, he went up literally 6.2 yards per reception. Boy, that's big time. Yeah, this dude Alec Pierce, yeah, that's big time right there, bro. Yeah, it's big time. Yeah, I can see the Cowboys caught. I ain't gonna say I can see them calling him. I'm not gonna see I can see them calling him. Let's see. Let me see something real here. Look at this boy. Look at this man's draft profile. Boy, he got some 6'3". Okay, I see that. Almost 6'4". Well, I guess he's 6'3". He's 6'3" and 1/8. He ain't almost 6'4". Let's see. 40-yard dash. Whoa, 4.3. Yes, sir. 4.33. Issue is will he ever be on the block? Will they put him on the block? Because as good as he's playing, I don't know. I doubt they're going to put him on the block. Yeah, he nice. Yep. But again, man, when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, I'm not really sure what the Cowboys is looking for. I'm not really sure it's out there, guys. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not sure what the Cowboys are looking for is out there. It just might not be out there, man. That's the problem. Because when you look at the description that they're looking for, I don't think it's out there. I don't. Wide receiver, Joshua Kelly? Really? Oh, man. Okay, let's see here. All right. Okay. 2.97 million. Let's see what we're working with here. Hold on a second. Man, it's breaking news. I think I remember them talking about this, though. I just didn't know that this is the kind of money he signed for. Man, that's nice money right there. You ain't letting go of this dude just for, if that's what you signed him to. Let's see here. Trying to see Taj Brooks become the first 1,500-yard rusher and 1,000-yard receiver in program history. Let's see here. Okay, 4 of his easily tied the FBS with 32 receptions on third downs. Okay. Wow, okay. Dallas Cowboys signed Texas Tech. Why? Okay, I knew. I just didn't know he signed for so much. Okay. Let's look at this dude's draft profile. Let's see. What's his name here? Again. Hold on. Let me go back to where you were. My man lost in translation. What's going on? You got a package on the way. Okay, hold on a second, Chanel. All right. You know what, Chanel? That's what I was thinking. I was thinking he might get traded if what's the name can really, if what's the name can turn around, they might. Joshua Kelly, he signed a $2.97 million deal. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, though. The Cowboys could trade him. They better trade him. They better get something for him. So this guy must be on their big board. Yeah, I'm trying to find his draft profile. I want to see kind of what is he working with as far as speed and stuff like that. You make sure. What am I thinking? Why am I seeing Josh Taylor? All right, let me go to Old Faithful here. All right, Josh Kelly. Here we go. Oh, yeah, okay. I remember them talking about him. 4.7 40 time. So, okay, the 6'1". Okay. Man, it's kind of a weird signing right here. And maybe that $2.97 million is maybe up to. So he's still going to have to make the team, I'm sure. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, he's not going to stop them from looking for a receiver, though. Not at no 4.7 speed. Not at no 4.7 speed, man. Yeah. They going to still be looking with that dude. Yeah, they going to still be looking with him. Yeah, but again, boy, them Cowboys, I'm just telling y'all, man. Y'all better get ready. Shoo. Boy, they like what's his name? They like Jonathan Mingo. Okay, Ty Church, he said, wait. Somebody y'all was saying could take the what's the name off. Lost the translation. He said 20 million don't sound so bad now, huh? Let's see. Daniel M said, I know that Pierce is someone that the Cowboys can make sense for them. Shoot, Pierce is nice. Like I said, question is he on the list? Because they'd be crazy to trade him the way he looking. Shoot. Boy, that dude Pierce, boy, he looking pretty good. Big body wide receiver too? Shoot. Running a 4.3? Man, that ain't nothing to sneeze at. That is nothing to sneeze at, man. I'm serious. Well, man, that's nothing to sneeze at. But again, I'm just being honest, guys. What the Cowboys are looking for, I don't know if it's out there. I don't know if I don't know if they're out there. The dude, you're saying something, because this is exactly it. These wide receivers come out of college fast, athletic, and ready to play. Why go for a 2 to 3 year deal with a wide receiver on the wrong side of 30? I'm not doing it. Because the wrong side of 30 to me is 30. That's the wrong side of 30 to me. I'm not signing a 30-year deal. There are some exceptions. But that exception is not out there. Amari Cooper and Keenan Allen. I just think they're entering into mercenary age. They're entering into where no one is going to give them more than a 1 year deal for the most part. If they get a 2 year deal, let's just say Keenan Allen gets a 2 year deal. What is it going to be? 2 years, $15 million? Because we already know if you give him a 2 year deal, it's actually a 1 year deal. How much guaranteed money you giving 33-year-old Keenan Allen? What are you going to sign him to? 2 year deal? How much guaranteed? Because Keenan Allen is probably going to want, if you sign him to a 2 year deal, Keenan Allen is going to want $30 million guaranteed. Do you think Keenan Allen is worth $15 million guaranteed per year? I got a funny feeling that probably 90% of the NFL teams are going to tell you no. 90% of the NFL teams are going to tell you they wouldn't pay Keenan Allen 2 years, $30 million guaranteed. They're going to tell you they're not going to do that. Because even when you look at Devontae Adams' contract, I was kind of intrigued by Devontae Adams' contract because I'm telling you what Devontae Adams' contract is for anybody who's looked at it. You think about Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams is, for all intents and purposes, I know nobody wants to hear this, Devontae Adams is an old wide receiver. Doesn't mean he's not good. Devontae Adams is an old wide receiver. They basically signed him to a 2 year, $26 million deal. Signed him to a 2 year, $26 million deal. He won't see it. I'll be shocked if he stays 2 years. I don't think he sees it. Have you seen the deal? I don't think he gets it. And I think he knows it. But we'll see how it goes. $12 million. $12 million cap hit in 2025. If they cut him, if they cut him at the end, let's see. I'm thinking it's at the end of this season. It's the 2025 season. They're going to save $14 million. They're going to have a $20 million savings. They're basically going to pay him. And this is how you know the Rams are going. The Rams are in what they're saying, we're going to try to win now mode. Because basically they're saying they're willing to take a $26 million hit they're willing to basically take a $26 million hit for a 1-year rental of Devontae Adams. That is not a 2-year deal. I don't think it's a 2-year deal. You got the 2027 void year, and then you have the year right here. It's basically going to, I think, when it's all said and done, it's going to be a $26 million deal. $44 million if he does it all. But I'm telling you, I just don't think he does. I don't think he does the 26. He will not be playing for them for the 2026 season unless the Rams get so close to the Super Bowl and his numbers are so astronomical. It's the only way that it happens. I don't think it's happening. I don't think he's going to see this money. He's going to get that $26 million is fully guaranteed, and that's it. I don't think it'll be a penny more unless his 2025 campaign is crazy. I don't think it's going to happen. Nope, don't think it's going to happen. The Rams are going for the Super Bowl this year. This is all they're telling us. They're going for the Super Bowl this year. Sean McVay and the Rams are doing the same thing they did when they won the Super Bowl the last time. They're going to try to stack that team this year, and they're going for it all. And if they don't win it all, Devontae Adams will be he'll be a casualty. He's going to be a casualty, and he'll be somewhere else. When you get to these guys' age, man, it is crazy to think that Devontae Adams is 33 years old. That's crazy to even think. But he wound up getting wasted going to the doggone Raiders. That was, I don't know if he'll call it a bad move. That is one of the worst things to me he could have done. It's one of the worst things he could have did. And again, this mythological wide receiver the Cowboys are looking for, I don't think he's out here. I don't think he's out here. I don't think he's out here. And I think the Cowboys are telling us he's not out here. That wide receiver they're looking for is not out here. And really, to be honest with you, Daniel Liam, they're looking for an Alec Pierce type deal. And I don't think they're going to get it. They're looking for an Alec Pierce type deal. Young wide receiver. While Alec Pierce I don't know how explosive he's a 4.3 40 guy. He's a big play guy. It's very obvious. That's probably the kind of deal they're looking for. They're just not going to get it. So I'm just telling you, y'all better prepare yourselves. There's a good chance the Cowboys could be rolling with Mingo Tolbert and CeeDee Lamb. But don't fret. Jaden Blue is going to be huge for the Cowboys. Jaden Blue is going to be a matchup nightmare for linebackers, even safeties. Jaden Blue is going to be a matchup nightmare. All they have to do is put him in the passing game. They believe also that Jalen Tolbert is going to take a step this year. They do. Lonnie Cabal, he said, I wouldn't mind Romeo Dobbs. Question is, will he be out there available? The problem with McMillan, though, the question is, how fast is he? How fast are they? And I'm going to tell you, there's another guy. Everyone's discounting Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell is not going to be just a camp guy for the Dallas Cowboys. Some people think he's a camp guy. I don't think he's a camp guy. I'm telling you what the Cowboys are looking at with Paris Campbell. He's not a camp guy. People think he's just a camp guy. He's not just a camp guy. Look at his speed. I said this before the draft, and people are not listening to me. Realistically, the Cowboys already have a ton of speed on their team. Paris Campbell, Jaden Blue, Kevontae Turpin. The Cowboys are loaded with speed now. They got a 4.31 guy, and what is Turpin? Sub 4.3? Jaden Blue, sub 4.3. Kevontae Turpin is probably what, sub 4.3 or at least sub 4.4. Paris Campbell, sub 4.4, 4.31. I'm just telling us. I'm telling us the Cowboys, hey, man, they might come back and just tell us, hey, you know, we really couldn't find where we were looking. We like our guys. Paris Campbell has looked really good. Chanel, what do you think about Paris Campbell? Chanel said Alec Pierce started 45 games for the Bearcats, starting 30, and compiled 106 receptions for 1,851 yards and 13 touchdowns. And he's already beat that in the pros in 2 seasons. He's beat that in the pros in 2 seasons. Yeah. That boy, hey, man, that dude big play. He big play. But again, you got Paris Campbell. Wow. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. Alec Pierce. Hey, I'm telling you, the dude for the Indianapolis Colts, man, he looked good. Yeah, he looks good. He is probably, again, he's probably the kind of deal that they're looking for. The question is, the Colts want to give him up? you know, are they willing to cut ties with him? Let's see. Okay. So it says here, Alec Pierce, Indianapolis Colts, biggest trade asset. Look at this right here. You want to see something funny? Look at this article written March 27th. Look at the headlines on this bad boy. Trading Alec Pierce would be a monumental mistake for the Colts. They are not trading. They are not trading Alec Pierce more than likely. They are not trading this dude more than likely, man. Look at this dude. Look at this article. They said it would be a huge mistake. It says wide receiver Alec Pierce had a breakout season in 2024, and safe to say the NFL noticed. Named the most improved player for the Indianapolis Colts. Pierce showed the league that he was an incredibly bright future ahead of him. It said, given that it would seem likely that the Colts would want to hang on to his up-and-coming star wide receiver, yet rumors are flying that he could be a trade candidate for the Buffalo Bills or the Carolina Panthers. This was in March. It didn't happen. And sure, this will be a huge boost to either of those teams. But what could the Colts possibly get back to offset the loss they would suffer if Pierce left? One reason for trading Pierce is that the Colts also have Josh Downs, as one of the best wide receivers in the league. Michael Pittman Jr., a star wide receiver who was only hampered in 2024 because he literally played through the season with a broken back. That's crazy work. None of this means Alec Pierce isn't necessary to the Indianapolis Colts offense, though. Pierce paired well with Anthony Richardson's cannon arm made for some incredible plays that only Pierce seemed capable of making with his size and speed. Pierce had the longest average depth of target, 22.3 in the league in 2024. And had a career high 824 receiving yards on 37 catches. That is nasty work. 824 receiving yards on 37 catches. That is nasty work, man. 22.3 yards per catch is crazy. Man, they would be crazy. I don't care who they have. It would be crazy work to trade this dude. But again, boy, it'd be great if the Cowboys could get him. Sheesh. Man, it would be fantastic if the Cowboys could get this guy. Woo. Man, you already see what this the headline was. They'd be crazy to trade this dude. Be crazy. Talk about they be crazy to trade him. Man. Whew. And you know what? They may very well trade him, though. You never know. Because you think about this. What round would he be worth? I think he'd be at least worth a third. I mean, when you look at his production from 2024, he would be worth a third. And if I were the Cowboys, I'd definitely give up a third for him. I already know they would definitely give up a fourth because the Cowboys don't like fourth-round draft picks. they don't like them. They don't like fourth-round draft picks, boy. They'll trade you anything for a fourth-round draft pick. Serious, man. Ghostface Gaming. We were talking about Coop a while ago, man. And I was talking. I don't think it's going to happen. I just think too much. I just think too many things. Ghostface, I just think too many things have happened. I don't think Coop is going to come back to Dallas. And then again, Ghostface, the other point I made, I don't think Dallas won't Coop back. Just because they're talking about there was a discussion, we don't even know what that means. Okay, what does it mean? He was in a discussion as well as those guys. Okay, well, Alec Pierce may be in that discussion. Don't mean they're getting him. But at the same time, I don't think the Cowboys are looking for these one-year rental receivers. I think next year they would maybe be looking for one of those one-year rental receivers because I think the Cowboys are going to be in position to where next season they may be one guy away from the Super Bowl or, that one guy who could really give them some insurance and get over the top. But nah, they ain't going to do it. Todd Church, are you talking about Alec Pierce? Are you talking about Alec Pierce ain't good? Man, they talking about they'd be crazy to trade him. Yeah, like I said, I don't think they're gonna get Coop back, man. Because again, I just think Coop is too much. I think Coop and Keenan Allen is too much. Jeff Lee, I agree with you. Hit that like button. Yeah, I think Coop and Allen guys are too much money, man. They're too much money. They are. They are too much money. I just don't. And then I was a little bit surprised. I thought the Cowboys would have had a better. I was really thinking that they were going to probably be able to get some more potent guys than what they got. Maybe getting some size and speed, but they're not. They're just average speed and size guys. Chanel said Josh Kelly, a wide receiver from Texas Tech Raiders, had a significant impact. He led the Big 12 in third down receptions and receptions against power conference opponents. Okay. Chanel said Coop and Allen are too slow to have a dramatic impact. Yeah, I think that's the issue too. Sorry, Coop. I really like him, but at times he takes plays off. Ooh, that's one of the things they've been saying. That is definitely one of the things they've been saying. And again, boy, I don't believe this part, but there are people who are saying this dude is washed up. I don't think he's washed up. I know he's not the same that he used to be. But maybe if he gets some time to get rested, get his body back in shape and things of that nature, maybe he could kind of turn it around. But man, I'm just telling us guys, we really need to prepare ourselves. Because I think the Cowboys are really kind of, we might not be realizing it, but I think the Cowboys, based off what they're saying, based off what's out there, I don't think what they're looking for is out there. I don't. Because if it was out there, they'd already have it. What were they talking about? Let's see. Cowboys, AFC. There was a player from the AFC North the Cowboys were trying to sign. And let me look at this thing on Athlon Sports. They're talking about Amari Cooper. Going to the Cowboys and all this stuff. I mean, and like I said, man, when you go and start reading these articles and stuff on this stuff, and then you start reading them and you're like, man, this ain't even nothing. It says, could a Cooper reunion be in store for the Cowboys? They are as desperate as any for receiver help. So, again, I just want y'all to think about this language. Are the Cowboys desperate for help? Or are we saying they're desperate for help? Those are two different things. To say they're desperate for help, are they saying that or are they saying that? Are the Cowboys saying they're desperate? I don't know if they're necessarily desperate in their own eyes. I think they want a wide receiver, just don't know if they're desperate, because I don't think if you're desperate, I don't think you pick Tyler Booker. If you're desperate, you don't pick Tyler Booker. You say, forget it, we're getting Matthew Golden. And I'm not saying pick Matthew Golden over Tyler Booker. If he's rated higher on your board, you get Tyler Booker, and I'm happy with Tyler Booker. Booker is going to, like I said, you woke up the next day from that draft going, man, our line is looking a lot better. Tyler Booker is going to be, and nobody's saying he's going to be Zach Martin. Boy, he's going to be a star. Tyler Booker going to be putting some people down. You watch what I tell you. Tyler Booker, man, we're going to be looking back talking about, man, with Cooper BB, Tyler Booker, boy, we're going to be feeling real good about that line. Our only questions is going to be, okay, can we get Guyton feet together? And can we just get Terrence Steele to just get his butt back together, period, and do what he did before he got the contract? But it says here, ironically, the Fort Worth Star Telegram is using the phrase growing interest. Come on, man. I would love it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Growing and shrinkage all happening at the same time. Yep. Cooper has played for the Cowboys in the past, but a return to Dallas makes a ton of sense for both sides, says Corey Woodruff. The team needs depth at receiver. The Cowboys don't need depth at receiver. This is not a true statement. They don't need depth at receiver. Do we not understand how many wide receivers the Cowboys have on this team? I think without even looking at the depth chart, who do we have? CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Mingo, Jalen Tolbert, Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy, Paris Campbell. I was looking at the depth chart the other day. We even got a player on there as a wide receiver I didn't even know was on the team. The Cowboys just signed, 2 UDFAs? The Cowboys literally have 9 bleeping receivers. Man, let's look at this doggone thing, man. Boy, I don't know what that's telling us, man. I just think sometimes people be writing stuff in some of these articles, man, they don't really be thinking about what they're writing. The Cowboys are not looking for depth. They're looking for a bona fide explosive number 2 wide receiver. Those are two different things. Talk about the Cowboys, man. The Cowboys looking for depth. Man, the Cowboys ain't looking for no doggone depth at wide receiver. Man, look how crazy this is. Look at this. Lamb, Mingo, Tolbert. Turpin, they're counting him. Turpin, Flanoy, Brooks. That's 6. Harmon, Williams, Campbell. That's 9. Trayshawn Holden, Josh Kelly, Jalen. Man, I didn't even know we had another doggone Jalen. And Jalen Jalen Cropper. Cowboys have 12 wide receivers on this team, man. Got 12 wide receivers. They're not looking for depth. That's the last thing. No. The Cowboys are actually looking for another number 2 receiver because some of these people are going to have to go. Some of these are going to be practice squad guys. And some of them going to be on the streets, as we say back in the hood. They're going to be on the streets. But right now, as it stands, man, the Cowboys got 12 doggone wide receivers on this team, man. They don't need another wide receiver. But again, guys, I'm telling you, as much as people want to speak into existence Amari Cooper, I do think we really need to be careful because I just think we're thinking about Amari Cooper that used to be. We're not thinking about the Amari Cooper that everybody is actually talking about, right? I mean, the Amari Cooper that the scouts, the people who are watching him, I don't think we're talking about the same Amari Cooper. We're having visions of grandeur. And then there are other people who are saying Amari Cooper is washed. That's what they're saying. And again, guys, I want you to understand when a person starts saying that a player is washed, they're not necessarily talking about he's washed as it applies to he's totally useless. They're saying he's washed because they know that people are looking for what he used to be rather than what he is. And this was the problem with the Cowboys with bringing in Ezekiel Elliott, man. The Cowboys were acting like, man, Zeke coming back, locker room leadership, Zeke coming back. Man, of course they wanted him back too. We're still paying him from the other contract. Yeah, man, Zeke coming back, man, and yeah, he gonna be this. He just wasn't that. We'll see what he is with the Chargers. I think they still got him on the payroll, but he ain't gonna be that. Let's see here. Watch the headlines from the Dallas media when they get George Pickens from the Steelers. Cowboys acquired George Pickens from the Steelers in exchange for a third-round pick. Man, dang him. If the Cowboys get George Pickens, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked. I just don't think the Cowboys want the headache of George Pickens. It is well documented it is well documented the way George Pickens carries on. I've already showed some of this stuff earlier in the show. I don't think they want that, man. They're just now trying to get CeeDee Lamb calmed down when he don't get the ball when he wants it. So, man, Lord forbid you got Pickens on this team doing the same thing and even worse. Wild Boy Trey, he said, I want Dak to be on that Jalen Hurts program, throwing for about 170 to 210 yards, while our rushing attack runs for about 170, 185 a game. You know what? I want him on that. I want him on that Troy Aikman program, because that's kind of what Troy Aikman was. Go back and look at this man Troy Aikman's stats once Emmitt Smith and that offensive line came to town. Troy wasn't throwing for no 300-400 yards a game. Troy was, 225, 250-ish, somewhere in there. You're throwing the ball around 23, 28 times, stuff like that. Cowboys weren't necessarily even blowing teams out. They weren't blowing teams out, but they were mauling teams because they were so dominant. Joe Smith, we couldn't run. We can run now. Trust me. Wait till you see what's his name? Phil Maffa. Oh, they can run now. Jaden Blue on this team, Maffa. Oh, they can run now. The old line that look like it's coming together. Oh, yeah, they're gonna be able to run now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to say, dude, I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, they got 12 wide receivers up in there. 12 wide receivers. And if I'm not mistaken, how many normally make the team? About 6? Somewhere about 5 to 6 wide receivers normally be on the team. So, yeah, they're going to cut some of them. Boy, yeah, Jenkins game, and they love them wideouts. Boy, got so many wideouts. Problem is they got so many they don't have the ones that they really want. Sean Ginsberg, he said Booker's a culture change we need. I will crush dudes. We got 3 this draft. Yeah. Tyler Booker's going to be nice. He's going to be absolutely nice, man. He is going to be absolutely nice. You know, the thing about him, and I think this is what they're looking at, he's going to bring a different kind of energy. He's going to bring a different kind of energy to the offensive line room. And I think that's kind of what they were going for. Somebody who could bring an energy. And I don't really know what kind of guy Zach Martin was. I know Zach Martin's a leader. I know Zach Martin was a leader. But I don't know if they can bring the energy. I mean, I don't know if Zach Martin... And let me tell you something about Tyler Booker. I said it once. I say it again. We don't need him to be Zach Martin. There's only one Zach Martin. Tyler Booker is Tyler Booker. He got skill too. He got a personality. He's got the leadership qualities they want. A lot of people talk about, I mean, just what he said when they drafted him, boy, I was like, golly, this dude said he wanted to make people like hate football. This dude, man, he gonna have a different type of energy. And I don't even know if that's the kind of energy that Zach Martin brought as far as saying and doing. So this guy's his own guy, man. Tyler Booker is going to be great for the Cowboys. He's his own guy. There it is, lost in translation. Cowboys not looking for no depth in wide receiver like that article says. You're right. They looking for a dog. They talk about they looking for depth. They looking for depth. They looking for depth with 12 wide receivers. No, they ain't looking for depth. They ain't looking for that. And the Cowboys, again, lost in translation. The Cowboys may be looking for something right now that's not out there. Look at what you just said. You know, sometimes me and my wife would be having, you know, me and my wife would be talking. And cause my wife, man, she's my wife is not one of them people that like to do a whole lot of, spending a lot of money and stuff like that. And so, sometimes when I'm trying to get her to get something, like a nice pair of shoes or something, and I'll be looking at a certain price range, and I'll ask my wife, I'll be like, how you like these shoes? And my wife don't look at the shoes, lost in translation. She don't look at the shoe and how it look first. She look at the price first. I'll be like, hey, how you like these shoes? She'll go, those cost too much. I'm like, I didn't ask you how much the shoes cost. I asked you how the shoes look. But my wife, she's looking at how the price look before she looking at how the shoes look. And so when you think about Dallas, the Cowboys are really wanting something that right now it's not out there. Lost in translation. You said it. They want a dog, right? They also want value. Well, I tell my wife a whole bunch of times. People be saying, yeah, man, I want it good and cheap. Good and cheap. Good and cheap don't go together most of the time. Man, you get what you pay for. There are times in life, don't get me wrong, there are times in life that somebody's going to sell you something for way less than what it's worth. I've seen older people, for example. They'll have a very nice car, less than 50,000 miles on it. Car may be 9 or 10 years old. It's got less than 50,000 miles on it. It's been sitting in the garage. Nobody drives it. And they'll just, hey, you need a car? You want to buy this car? Oh, I'm going to sell it for this. And you're like, that's all you want? Yeah, I don't drive it anyway. It's just been sitting there. It used to be my daughter's car. It used to be my husband's car. And I don't drive no more. So you want it? You can have it for this amount of money. Every so often in life, you're going to get that. That's not the norm. Cheap and good don't go together. Dog and value. It may go together starting out, but it ain't gonna stay like that. At the end of the day, you got to spend to win. You can get some of them value picks lost in translation, and that's all good. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to spend. You're going to have to spend to win eventually. Yeah, hey, yeah, Chanel. That's why the Cowboys. That's another reason why the Cowboys wanted him back in here. They were like, we paying him anyway. We paying him anyway. Let's see if we can get some money worth out of him. Shoo, man. Let me tell you something. And I'm definitely not blaming Zeke for all this either. Man, this dude Zeke. I don't believe the Cowboys made Zeke promises. I believe Jerry made Zeke promises. I believe Jerry made Zeke promises that Mike McCarthy didn't want to follow up on because Mike McCarthy didn't want Zeke. And it turned into a nightmare because Jerry was doing some Jerry stuff, making promises that he shouldn't be making to players because he shouldn't be having anything to do with player personnel. Leave that stuff to Mike McCarthy, man. I mean, well, back then. And now leave that stuff up to doggone Brian Schottenheimer, and you don't be making any kind of promises to players. Boy, oh, shoot, Chanel. Well, again, they don't like fourth-round draft picks. So if the doggone Colts will take a fourth-round draft pick for Alec Pierce, the Cowboys ought to give him up. And you're right. Shoot, yeah, give them both Jalen's. I'd give him Jalen. I'd give him Tolbert and Jalen. I'd give him Tolbert and Brooks. Straight up. Straight up. Daniel Lim. If Pickens had his head on right in the right place, oh boy. Man, if Pickens had his head on right, there's nobody that would be talking about even getting rid of him. He would be getting ready to have a huge contract right now. But you know what though? Daniel Lim. I will be, you know what? And let's look at both sides of this thing. Let me look at something. I'm not going to just hate on George Pickens. Let's look at something real quick. Let's look at something. Let's look at something crazy. Let me show you something here. Let me show you something here. Sometimes you have to really look at things in totality. And while it doesn't excuse everything, right? It matters. I'm going to show you something that matters. I'm not going to just totally kill George Pickens. George Pickens was selected in the second round with the 52nd overall pick in 2022. Tell me what you be mad. Tell me what you be mad. Let me show you his quarterbacks since he's been in the league. I'm not excusing all George Pickens' behavior. I'm just going to give you the cold hard facts. Look at his quarterbacks. Look at his quarterbacks. In 2022, his quarterback was Kenny Pickett. If there has ever been a reach, hold on a second. The Pittsburgh Steelers not only reached once, the Pittsburgh Steelers reached twice with and since Ben Roethlisberger. And this is one of the reasons why. And man, this Shedeur Sanders thing is a bombshell by Boomer Esiason. I don't know if y'all have seen the latest, but Boomer Esiason said that the owners of the NFL, they all said, take Shedeur Sanders off your list. And I'm not sure if they all said it, but I said that there was some sort of collusion because, and again, Shedeur, and we'll talk about it a little bit at the end. I don't really look at the Shedeur Sanders thing as a racial issue. And somebody says, why do you don't think it's racism? Because Cam Ward was the number one. Hello? Cam Ward was the number 1 overall pick, period, in the story. He was the number 1 overall pick. So what's the difference between him and Shedeur Sanders? They're both black. People who are talking racism in this thing, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. And one of the reasons why you're barking up the wrong tree, because people mention the thing about Arch Manning. Let me remind people. I said this before, but I didn't say it this in depth. Arch Manning and Deion Sanders, they both did this, but they did it in different eras. I said this before. I don't think Arch Manning could have got away with that. Not in this day and time. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have social media. And that's what I mean. And let me tell y'all the effect of social media. The effect of social media is that things that could happen in one place, people couldn't all react at the same time where everyone could see it. We could see people's reaction if people showed you on the news, but we couldn't see each other's reactions and react on each other's reactions and then give our commentary on the reactions and everyone be appalled or everyone be at each other. We couldn't do those things. And some of us might not remember, but I'm an old brother. You know, I'm an older guy. There was people complaining about what Arch Manning did. But watch this part. Complaining about Arch Manning when he did it with no social media. People couldn't give their response immediately. There's a difference today because when people do stuff like what Arch Manning did then, if someone does that today, boy, the impact is immediate. People run right to X. And boy, let me tell you something, man, I can only take so much of X. I'm sorry, I can only take so much of it. X is a different universe. People run right to X. People run to Facebook. They run to IG. Boy, they run to TikTok now. News is different today than it was when Arch Manning did that. And I'm telling you, boy, had we had social media, Arch Manning wouldn't be able to do that today. They'd have ate him up. They'd have ate him up. Similar to how they made Shedeur Sanders pay for what Deion Sanders did. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. I digress. But I'm saying this also because I'm talking about George Pickens. I don't want to pick on George Pickens, pun intended. I don't want to pick on George Pickens like he's just a bad guy. Yeah, he needs to control his attitude. Straight up. Look at this man's quarterbacks. Look at this man's quarterbacks. The Pittsburgh Steelers reached on Mason Rudolph in 2020. They then reached on Kenny Pickett the same year George Pickens is drafted. And Pittsburgh had the unmitigated gall to let Shedeur Sanders pass by them. They had the unmitigated gall to let Shedeur Sanders pass by them 4 times. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I'll take Shedeur Sanders over Kenny Pickett right now. Shedeur Sanders should probably win that job in Cleveland if we're really given a fair chance. The quarterback that was drafted before him, I don't. His name slips me right now. Let me put some respect on this man's name. I'm not trying to disrespect him. Let me look up his name. I mean, not the Saints. Them two, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, what they did too. But I understand how deep this was for these teams. Let me look up the quarterback. Some of y'all could probably tell me his name right off the top. Y'all a little bit behind me, I think. The quarterback they drafted, let's see, they drafted Dylan Gabriel. So the Cleveland Browns drafted Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders. He shouldn't have went before Shedeur. Pittsburgh let this man pass by them 4 times. But in 2 previous drafts, they reached on Mason Rudolph, reached on Kenny Pickett. I'm sorry, Shedeur is better than them. And Shedeur Sanders should be able to beat out Dylan Gabriel if given the opportunity. He should be able to beat out Dylan Gabriel. He definitely should be able to beat out Kenny Pickett. Joe Flacco is old. They're done with Deshaun Watson. Shedeur Sanders should actually come out on top of that job, I would imagine, no later than next season if he makes the team. Question is he going to make the team? Because will he be able to get enough reps to make the team? But he's going to, if he makes the team, and I do think he'll make I think he'll make the team, but we'll see. But if he gets the opportunities, he's going to win that job. But I digress. Would you be mad if you were George Pickens? How mad would you be if you're George Pickens and your quarterback in 2022 was Kenny Pickett for 12 games, I guess. These are the amount of games if you're looking here. Kenny Pickett was his quarterback in 2022 for 12 games. Mitchell Trubisky was his quarterback for what? 5 games? Then in 2023, Kenny Pickett again was his quarterback for 12 games. Mason Rudolph was his quarterback for 3 games. Mitchell Trubisky was his quarterback for 2 games. Tell me how mad would you be? 2024, your quarterback is split between Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. Russell Wilson, 11 games. Justin Fields, 6 games. Justin Fields got the talent. Justin Fields lost that job in Pittsburgh to old man Russell Wilson. And I'm putting some respect on Russell Wilson's name, Super Bowl winner, but Russell Wilson is not what he used to be. Justin Fields, way more athletic, and probably at this point in his career has a way better arm. Justin Fields' problem was he was too afraid to pull the trigger downfield. He wouldn't go downfield. And Russell Wilson would go downfield even though he was underthrowing George Pickens, and George Pickens was making these amazing catches, but at least he would go downfield. Justin Fields wouldn't even take the chance. Your quarterback in 2024 is Russell Wilson underthrowing you, Justin Fields afraid to throw to you. This does not justify bad behavior. But if you're George Pickens, these are your quarterbacks. How you feel? How do you feel? I'm just playing both sides of this. I'm just giving us both sides of this. It would probably be hard for you. I'm just telling you. It would probably be hard for you if these have been your last, what is this? This has been your last 5 quarterbacks. Y'all tell me what you think in the chat. These have been your last 5 quarterbacks. Just saying. These have been your last 5 quarterbacks. And everybody says, I want you to have a good attitude. Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. These have been your last 5 quarterbacks. What's your thoughts on this, y'all? What's y'all thoughts on this? These y'all last 5 quarterbacks. These are y'all last 5 quarterbacks, and you're George Pickens, and you are immensely talented. These are your last 5 quarterbacks. There's a reason why George Pickens is he's already probably got somewhat of a short temper. George Pickens is a dog. There's no doubt about it. And because he knows he's a dog, but they're not throwing him the bone, this dude is tripping on this stuff. Some of this stuff is being acted out. And I'm gonna tell you something about my man Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is a man's man. He's a leader. But boy, Mike Tomlin, while he hasn't had losing seasons, Mike Tomlin hasn't really done anything since his last Super Bowl? I mean, he's been having winning seasons, but I mean, you think about having a winning season is what? It can be 9 games. You might have a 9-7 season. And these last 3 drafts, and they did it again this year. They waited until what? The 5th or 6th round to get a quarterback? Man, I'm sorry. If I'm the coach on the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm Mike Tomlin. Man, I'm rolling up on that owner. I'm saying, man, let me tell you something. I don't know what games y'all owners are playing. And I don't know what games you GMs are playing. But let me tell you something, man. I got respect for you. But if you let Shedeur Sanders go by one more time, first round, okay. Okay, I understand. You didn't want to do the first round. Second round, all right. I think he should be a second round quarterback. But I'm going to let this slide. But I'm going in there. As he gets closer and I'm in the 3rd round, I'm telling them up front, hey, man, you either going to get Shedeur Sanders in this 3rd round or you're going to find your new coach. You just find your new coach because I'm not playing these games. I'm in the game to win. There are no other quarterbacks in this draft that are better than Shedeur Sanders, especially at this round. This is going to be a steal for this quarterback. You're not going to pick this dude in the 3rd round. You're going to be finding you a new coach. And I'm definitely going to be you're going to do something. Tomlin would find a job. Somebody would hire Tomlin as a coach for him. If not this year, next year. And I know I'm being extreme. I just couldn't play these type of games. Mike Tomlin's last 2 quarterbacks, Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett. And you're telling me you're just going to let Shedeur Sanders just keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, and keep going. This league was literally about to allow Shedeur Sanders to go undrafted. Or at least in the 7th round. Imagine you, George Pickens, and you sitting there watching your team do this, and you done only had your quarterback. Your quarterback since you've been in the league has been Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Mitchell Trubisky, Russell Wilson, out of his prime, and Justin Fields. It's crazy work. It's nasty work. It's extremely nasty work. And this is one of the reasons why I believe that George Pickens has been tripping so hard, because Pickens knows doggone well that these doggone quarterbacks that he's played with, and I don't want to call grown men trash because they're not trash, but their play, man, come on, man. Come on, man. Mason Rudolph should have never been a 1st-round draft pick. I actually laughed when they drafted Mason Rudolph. I said, what is this? Who told him to do this? And then they followed up with an encore. Kenny Pickett? What year is this? Kenny Pickett. Look at this nonsense. Kenny Pickett was drafted in 2022. He was drafted in 2022. And it looks like this was another one of these years. Yep, this was another one of these years where the quarterback draft class, oh my gosh. Let's look at the draft class in 2022. This is the year George Pickens came into the league. Let's see here. Where's Malik Willis? Malik Willis to the Titans, 3rd round. Kenny Pickett, 1st round, 20th overall. Sam Howell, 5th round to the Commanders. Desmond Ridder, 3rd round to the Falcons. Matt Corral, 3rd round. Chris Oladuka, 7th round. Bailey Zappi, 4th round. I'm going to skip over Brock Purdy for a reason. Skylar Thompson. Those were, and then Brock Purdy, 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant. Brock Purdy. Arguably, he's the best quarterback of that whole draft class. That was the draft class for 2022. Golly, boy. Man, let me tell you something. I'm not excusing George Pickens. I'm not. I'm just telling you what this dude has been working with since he's been in the league as a quarterback. I mean, as a wide receiver. I'm just telling you what he's been working with. Mason Rudolph came out. Let me see here. So Mason Rudolph actually came out in 2019. So Mason Rudolph came out in 2019. Just telling you what this dude has been playing with, man. It's crazy. So let's look at the 2019. The 2019 draft. Oh, let's see. I was trying to hope I could find something looking better than this. Let's see. All right, let's look at this. Maybe this we can roll with this. Okay, so this was the quarterbacks drafted in the 2019 draft along with Mason Rudolph by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Kyler Murray. Wow, it's amazing. I can't believe Kyler Murray's been in the league that long. Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins, Drew Lock, Will Greer. He was a 3rd rounder. We got him now, of course. Ryan Finley, Jarrett Stidham, Easton Stick, Clayton Thorson, Gardner Minshew, Trace McSorley. Man, you know what? Looking at these lists, now I see why quarterbacks make so much money. It is hard to find a quarterback. These drafts, man, look at these doggone quarterbacks. Man, a lot of these dudes don't even play no more. This is crazy when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. And I thought that he was in the 2019. Looks like he came out in 2019. Man, let me see here. Okay, Brett Mason Rudolph. Okay, it looks like he was drafted in 2018. Okay. But again, man, these quarterbacks are hard to find. These guys are hard to find. And when you think about these quarterbacks and being drafted year by year, look at these quarterbacks, man. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. Baker Mayfield was the number 1 overall pick. Sam Darnold was the number 3 overall pick. Josh Allen was picked in 2018, so that was a great pick. Josh Rosen. Boy, I remember George. Oh, my gosh, I remember Josh Rosen. They were acting like this dude was going to be the next best thing since sliced bread. Lamar Jackson was drafted in that draft. So that was a pretty good draft for quarterbacks. Because right now, 4 of the 5 of these dudes are now starters. Baker Mayfield fought his way back to a starting job. Sam Darnold fought his way back to a starting job. Josh Allen has been Josh Allen. Lamar Jackson has been Lamar Jackson. And then we had in that same draft, Mason Rudolph, Luke Falk, and Logan Woodside. Pittsburgh has had no luck drafting quarterbacks. Drafting nor picking up quarterbacks. And when you look at the quarterbacks that they've had over the last few seasons, and when you think about what George Pickens has been playing with, man, this dude, George Pickens, is probably furious. He hasn't had a quarterback that can really get him the ball the way that he probably believes that he can be really balling out on this thing. So I'm just wondering if, I don't know, maybe if he went to the Cowboys, which I don't think is going to happen, but maybe if he went to the Cowboys, he'd have a whole different attitude. Steelers don't even have a quarterback ATM. Boy, them boys are terrible on that quarterback. Lost the translation. He said trash. Man, I'm telling you, boy. Woo-wee. Boy. Man, I'm just telling you how crazy this is, boy. I'm just telling you how crazy Joe Smith said Fields is crap. Just telling us, man, it's crazy. Chanel said, but gee, that is not the crazy part on Shador. He said the Saints need a quarterback as they took New Orleans Saints. Bro, Chanel. I'm not tripping that he wasn't the number 2 quarterback. I'm not even tripping on that because what's the dude named Dart? I think they're kind of looking at him like he could be another type of Josh Allen type quarterback. There's no excuse after him, though. There's no excuse after him. Bro, it's crazy work. And then when you look at the history of the Pittsburgh quarterbacks, this is shameful, man. And what they're going to try to do again, they know doggone well this quarterback they picked up, because who they're waiting on is Aaron Rodgers. He's somewhere probably in the mountains with some Buddhists, or with some, he's probably somewhere in the mountains with some monks floating on a carpet or something. Just stringing them along on when he comes back from his magic carpet ride, whether or not he go play football. Man, Pittsburgh crazy. That's all I can tell us. Pittsburgh crazy. They're crazy. Lost in translation, he said Jackson Dart was wild to him. I mean, I understand they were trying to teach this dude, and I don't really think he the dude they should have been trying to teach the lesson to. But for Pittsburgh, with their draft history, and someone today even had the excuse of, well, because they had made a mistake with Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph in the past, they didn't want to make the same mistake again with Shador Sanders. Boy, sometimes the evil knows no boundaries, boy. It's craziness. CGW, he said, man, I'm a diehard Brooklyn-based Cowboys fan since 1970. Yeah, man. Boy, I was born that year. He said, we listened to the press conference before and after the draft. He said, we all still going to be DC for life. Oh, no doubt about it. Yes, sir. Man, I actually love this draft they did, though. I loved it. Chanel said, gee, dude is worse quarterback and is not better than Shador. Go look at dude's tape. Boy, it'd have been hard for me. It would have been hard for me to be a coach. It would have been hard for me to be a coach during this year's draft if I needed a quarterback. It would have been hard for me to be a coach. It would have been. Jenkins Gaming. You know what? Again, this is why I'm trying to be fair on this, man. That's why I'm trying to be fair on this. This is why I pulled up with this dude done played with, man. Maybe you get him in a better atmosphere. Get him around Dak Prescott. Get him around CeeDee Lamb. Maybe Pickens is a whole different player, man. Maybe he's a whole different player. Lost in translation, he said Pittsburgh should be paying us to take him. He might be a different player. I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe he'd be a different player. Yes, sir. And this is good they did this. The culture change emphasis is very good what they did. And this is one of the reasons why I say the Pickens don't fit what they're doing. Not if you're talking about culture and all these things. He doesn't fit what they're doing. Now, Pickens isn't a bad guy from the perspective of criminality and stuff like that. I think he doesn't fit the bill from the outspokenness. Some of the tantrums that you've watched him throw, because this is the very stuff that they're trying to get CeeDee Lamb out of. Man, you don't need two of these dudes doing this. Jenkins Gaming, I believe it. I don't see how he doesn't. I don't see how he doesn't become the number one quarterback. But my problem is, see, this is exactly what the Sanders were trying to avoid. Sometimes we got to understand how God works. When God allows these things, there's nothing you can do about it. That's your cup to bear now. That's your cup to drink. But this is so Cleveland. This is so Cleveland, man. It is. It's so Cleveland. Okay, so let me get this part right, Cleveland. So you trade out of the position to get Travis Hunter. Explain this to me. You trade out of position to get Travis Hunter. And then you could have circled the block. Not once, but twice. You could have circled the block and got Shedeur Sanders if you wanted him in the second round. Or you could have said, okay, we'll get another player in the third round. Maybe we'll get another player on our board because with the way everything is going, it looks like Shedeur Sanders will be there in the third. You could have circled the block and had Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. But instead, you go get Dylan Gabriel in the third round. And then your owner, at least this is what the rumor is, your owner made you on your fifth time circling the block, told you neither one of y'all better not come back up in this house without Shedeur Sanders. So you're going to get Shedeur Sanders and you have 5 quarterbacks and you can only keep 3 on the team. And I'm kind of laughing at people talking about Joe Flacco. Man, let me tell you something. Joe Flacco better not beat you out. Joe Flacco better not beat you out, man. Joe Flacco better not beat you out. They better give him the job because Joe Flacco better not beat you out. Joe Flacco is getting ready to fall off a cliff. I'm just telling y'all. And I don't mean that literally. You know what I mean? This dude's going to fall off a cliff in any moment. I guarantee you Joe Flacco can't play a whole season again for the Cleveland Browns. He can't do it. He can't do it. And even he can't do it. No, he should be able to. Shedeur should be able to beat out all those quarterbacks. They're done with Deshaun Watson. He's not even going to touch the field this year anyway. They're done with him. And I won't even be surprised if they cut him. They're going to probably let him walk away scot-free next year with his check. They're going to let him walk away scot-free. And they might as well, they'll have Shedeur Sanders on a ridiculously cheap deal now because he's a 5th rounder. And I'm going to tell you this. The Cleveland Browns, to me, are dumb. I really do think Shedeur Sanders, and y'all tell me what y'all think on this. If I would have been Shedeur Sanders, I'd have rather went undrafted. Because I know there's no way once I go undrafted, there's no way I'm not going to get picked up as an undrafted free agent. Because I'm sure by this, teams would have just said at this point, hey, man, this dude is undrafted. There's no risk. We can get him and only sign him for a year or two. No risk. And he probably would have came in and won somebody's on one of these teams who really did need a quarterback, won a job, like Pittsburgh, for example. But again, he goes to the Cleveland Browns. The Browns have messed up. Guys, I'm telling you. I went on the Cleveland Browns website and listened to the Shedeur Sanders interview, and they put it on YouTube. I went to their YouTube page. Thousands of comments about Shedeur Sanders. Thousands of comments. Everyone talking about they don't like what happened to Shedeur. Glad he's in Cleveland. Hope he's going to take the franchise back to prominence. Saying they now have subscribed to the Cleveland Browns YouTube page only for Shedeur Sanders. All of them in the comments talking about, we're going to buy his jersey. Boom, 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 boom. This dude jersey sale money going to be crazy. This dude jersey's money sale going to be, if Shedeur makes the team, his jersey sale money may be almost as much as as much as his salary. They have just put a curse on themselves. If this dude makes the team, do y'all realize Shedeur Sanders, and it's late night Cowboys, so we're going to finish it out with this. And of course, we'll circle back on the Cowboys. Do y'all realize what they did? The first time Joe Flacco throws an interception. And more than likely the second time. How long do you think it takes for the Cleveland Browns fan base to be clamoring for Shedeur Sanders? What do you think is going to happen if they wound up being 1-3, 2-4? Shedeur, he didn't even play in the game, getting interviews. Shedeur, why didn't you play today? Shedeur, when do you think you'll get to play? They cursed themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets endorsement deals. I will not be surprised. So many things are going to be happening because he's Shedeur Sanders. That franchise wants him to play. They do. That franchise wants him to play. And boy, it is going to be hell to pay having him as your backup quarterback. And I even heard today, this was another reason too. They said that some teams, I want y'all to think about this. They said that some teams, by the time Shedeur Sanders hit the 3rd round, because typically a quarterback in the 1st and the 2nd round, you're getting him as a starter. And then when you start talking about the 3rd and the 4th round, you're probably talking about a backup. And then after that, you're probably talking about 3rd string trying to make the team. They said that some teams didn't want to take Shedeur Sanders because they were afraid to make him a backup behind their quarterback. They were afraid to make him a backup behind the quarterback. I can totally understand it. Could you imagine Shedeur Sanders being the backup behind Sam Darnold? How long do you think that would last? Could you imagine Shedeur Sanders being behind Geno Smith? Heck, could we imagine if Shedeur Sanders was the backup quarterback behind Dak Prescott? Could we imagine this? Shedeur Sanders being the backup quarterback behind anyone short of Patrick Mahomes. Joe Shiesty, maybe. I don't even know if he could be behind Lamar Jackson and people wouldn't be tripping. I mean, you put this dude behind most any quarterback with the exception of maybe 2 or 3. Man, you put this dude even behind Joe Burrow and they were struggling, they would probably be screaming for us. I mean, the only one I could literally see that no one would want him to take the place of would be Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Any other quarterback, they would be fair game. Fan bases would be going crazy with Shedeur Sanders behind their doggone quarterback. They would. So they were saying that some teams didn't even want to put him behind their quarterback, and that's why he continued to slip. Daniel M., you said Pickens is the best option for that explosive wide receiver 2 spot on the Cowboys. And I know that you don't see it happening, but with the way the offseason going, there's no telling what Dallas will do. I think they're going to probably be a little bit more patient, though. I think they're going to try to be a little bit more patient. And they're going to see maybe what starts dropping out, while at the same time, maybe we'll get to see some Jonathan Mingo in camp to where the Dallas Cowboys can start trying to sell that to the fan base. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Jenkins game, and he said ATM Steelers quarterbacks are worse than Pickett. Boy, you are not lying, boy. You're not blind. Chanel said Pickens got upset with them because they were not throwing him the ball. For sure. Facts. And not only were they not throwing him the ball, Chanel, when they threw him the ball, they were ducks. They were ducks. Pickens was making some amazing catches, man, when Russell Wilson was throwing them doggone short hoppers and stuff. Russell Wilson played better and had better stats and a better record than Dak in 2024. Look it up. Well, the sad part is, so let me see what you just said here. So the sad part is this. So Russell Wilson played 11 games. How many games did Dak play? Can't remember. How many games did Dak play, though? Probably should have been better. Michael Tower, he said, everyone talks about Shedeur Sanders, and what about Quinn Ewers? Back when Texas was playing for the championship, they were talking top 5 in the draft. He went in the 7th. I don't think Quinn Ewers was that good. I mean, Tower, you might like him. You go back and look at the tape on him. He was probably the weak link in a high-powered offense. And I'm telling you, if it wasn't for how they do things in college football, I don't think you'll find many people, Towery, that would have started him over Arch Manning. I thought that was ridiculous. I don't care if he is a senior or whatever he is, senior, junior, whatever he is. There's no way. Arch Manning to me was better than him. Arch Manning was better than him. I think he threw the ball better ball placement. Arch Manning doesn't really even play like a Manning. Very athletic. He can run the ball. He was better than Quinn Ewers. I wasn't surprised Quinn Ewers went in the 7th round. I was not surprised at all. I think that Shedeur Sanders on that same team, no competition. Shedeur Sanders on the Longhorns, shoot, probably wins. No. He wins the national title easy with that team. Shedeur Sanders wins the national title with that team easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, he's better than Quinn Ewers. I'm pretty sure even scouts will tell you that. Yeah, he's better than Quinn Ewers. Georgie George, what's going on? Yeah, we still live. I'm probably going to get off here in about 14 minutes. I'll probably get off about 4 o'clock. Chanel, what do you think? What do you think, Chanel? Who you taking, Quinn Ewers or Shedeur Sanders? Y'all tell me in the chat. Who y'all taking? Quinn Ewers or Shedeur Sanders? Quinn Ewers, I'm telling you, was the weak link in I want y'all to think about this. Matthew Golden. Do y'all know nobody really knew Matthew Golden was as fast as he was? Nobody really knew it, because if you look at the tape, they're not going bombs away to him. They're not going bombs away to him. And if you look at the tape, there are times when Ewers could have went bombs away to Matthew Golden. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. I'm not surprised he went in the 7th. He's lucky to be drafted. I just didn't think he was that good. Robert Simmons. It is hard to find a quarterback, and them Dak haters need to realize that while they keep saying get Dak out of here and find a new quarterback in the draft, it's hard to find. It is. And especially one, it's hard to find a quarterback that has accomplished what Dak Prescott has accomplished. Boy, people do not understand, even when you look at Dak Prescott's draft class. When you think about Dak Prescott's draft class, look at this crazy. Look, tell me this isn't crazy. I was trying to find something a little bit different than that, but let's see if we can find it here. I want you to look at Dak Prescott's draft class and look at Dak Prescott versus all these other quarterbacks. Tell me this isn't crazy. You might can't see this list. It's a little kind of colorful and bright, but I can tell you the names. Jacoby Brissett was drafted in round 3. Dak Prescott was drafted in round 4. He was pick number 37. Carson Wentz, pick number 2, round 1. Jared Goff, pick number 1, round 1. Jeff Driscoll, round 6. Paxton Lynch, round 1. Christian Hackenberg, round 2. Cody Kessler, round 3. Cook Connor, round 4. Cardale Jones, round 4. Kevin Hogan, round 5. Nate Sudafeld, round 6. Jake Ruddock, round 6. Brandon Allen, round 6. Brandon Daughtry, round 7. Guess who's the best quarterback out of that entire draft? The best quarterback out of that entire draft is Dak Prescott. He's the best quarterback out of that draft. Dak Prescott has done more with less than Jared Goff. Jared Goff has more playoff wins than Dak Prescott. But if you look at them doggone teams that Jared Goff has played on, he ought to have more wins than Dak Prescott. And you think about even this doggone Detroit Lions team he played on this year. It's a tragedy that Jared Goff, they didn't go further than they did. Now, I'll give them this. They had a decimated defense. But that's not what sold them in that game against the Rams. What sold them, Jared Goff unequivocally sold them in that game. Just so many, I'm talking unforced turnovers. Dak's better than Jared Goff. Just hadn't played on as good as teams as Jared Goff. But again, when you look at that entire draft, Dak Prescott was drafted in the 4th round. And look at him now. Some of those quarterbacks aren't even in the league no more. People don't understand how hard it is to find not just a quarterback, but a good quarterback. Dak Prescott is not just a good quarterback. When you look at Dak Prescott, man, over what he's done while healthy, Dak Prescott's a great quarterback. He's a great quarterback. Our problem is, and we just don't want to admit it, we have not built teams around Dak Prescott. We've had players around him. We haven't had teams around him. And it's insane to me when you get these people saying Dak Prescott had this team and that team. By whose standards? Go look into Dak Prescott playoff performances. I've already done this before. I'm not going to do it this morning especially. Go look at the playoff performances. In those games, Dak Prescott is the performer. He is the performer. The people around him are not performing. He's the performer. It's Dak or bust in those games. This is what the Cowboys are trying to fix now. They don't want to do no more Dak or bust. Everybody's doing this. Buffalo don't want to do Josh Allen the bust anymore. The Baltimore Ravens will do it. They don't want to. They're doing it. They don't want to go Lamar Jackson or bust anymore. Because if you're going to tell me it's going to be Lamar Jackson the bust, you're going to bust. If you tell me even if it's going to be Josh Allen the bust, it's going to bust. If you tell me it's going to be Joe Burrow or bust, you're going to bust. You have got to get playmakers around these quarterbacks and defenses on the other side of them. Because if you do not do that, if you're not able to hold teams to 20, 17, 16, 14, 13 points, if you're not able to hold teams to 13 points when they can equally hold you to less than 20 points, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. You got to be able to move both sides of, you got to be able to control both lines of scrimmage. Just like the Cowboys did in the 90s. You got to control the lines of scrimmage. I don't care who your quarterback is. If you can't control the lines of scrimmage, you're not going to win. You're not going to win. There's a reason why Joe Montana doesn't have more Super Bowls than Tom Brady. Yeah, there's a reason. There is a reason why he doesn't have as many. There's a reason why. Go look it up. Again, a lot of people didn't classify Troy Aikman as the best quarterback of his time. What they classified Troy Aikman as one of the best quarterbacks on the best team of his time. There's a difference. And I don't care what anyone says. I'd rather be one of the best quarterbacks. I don't care if I'm top 15. I would rather be one of the best quarterbacks on the best team than be the best quarterback on a good team. Because even if you're the best quarterback on a good team, you're probably not going to win. You're not going to win. You're not going to win Super Bowls. You're going to win games. You're not going to win Super Bowls. You're not going to win playoffs. Ask Dan Marino. This isn't just starting and ending with Dak Prescott. We do not understand how many quarterbacks there have been like Dak Prescott. Great quarterbacks on good teams. And they don't win Super Bowls. Ask Dan Fouts. Go check on these things. You would be surprised at how many great quarterbacks that put up numbers like Dak Prescott, win in the regular season, and then they get to the postseason. And because it's them or bust, or it's them, a weapon or two, but no defense, they don't win. See, a lot of people talk about, yeah, man, how many, look at how many of these great quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. Yeah. And also look at how many quarterbacks who are not great and they won Super Bowls. But if you look at a lot of these Super Bowls, the keys to winning a lot of these is great defenses. Defenses win championships. There are very few who buck the trend of not having top 10 defenses and winning Super Bowls. And the one quarterback who's been doing it in our time is Patrick Mahomes. And I think maybe Patrick Mahomes and maybe one time Tom Brady. But other than that, most of the time, these teams, they have great defenses. They have great defenses, and then we'll turn around and they'll have great defenses, and then we'll turn around and when they win the Super Bowl, and we'll never talk about the defenses for the most part. Prime example, Philadelphia Eagles. We got people, Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl. had one of the best defensive lines, had the best defensive line in football last year, especially down the stretch, had the best running game in the league. And you'll get people who will be giving all the credit to Jalen Hurts. And then use Jalen Hurts to shame other quarterbacks like Dak Prescott, who had nowhere near the team and have never played on a team that good. Man, Philadelphia Eagle team was good. You didn't have to be the best quarterback to win on that team. That's the kind of team I want to be on if I was a quarterback. I don't want to be the best quarterback on a good team. I want to be one of the best quarterbacks on the best team, like Troy Aikman was. If I'm one of the best quarterbacks, then you can rank me wherever you want to. You can rank me in the 15, like you number 15, now 32 quarterbacks, you're one of the best. You're top 15. Okay, that's good. Because I can win a Super Bowl if I'm just one of the best. But if I'm one of the best on the best team, I can win a Super Bowl. I'm feeling pretty good about that. And so this is one of the things that I'm happy with the Cowboys and what they're doing, because Dak Prescott is about to be one of the best quarterbacks in the next couple of years. Cowboys are going to be a top 5 team. They're going to be a top 5 team. You watch what I tell you. They're on their way. They got another offseason to go. They're going to get the team this year. They're going to get it going the way it should. And then next year, they're going to really beef it up. We're going to be good. Joe Smith, Jerry Jones has always been good at getting Pro Bowlers, man. Jerry Jones was getting Pro Bowlers before Dak Prescott. Jerry Jones has always been good at getting Pro Bowlers. Go check history. He's always done it. He's always done it. The problem is he hasn't built teams. That's the problem. And until he starts building teams, which is what they're doing this year finally, seems like they finally got their heads on straight and they're building a team. When you build teams, you win. When you just have Pro Bowlers on your team, you're not winning. You're not winning. I'm going to show you the mythology of some of the stuff that you're saying, man. You know, people, when they talk about this 9 Pro Bowler stuff, it's just smoke and mirrors, and people don't even realize it. Let me see here. So let me just show you. You can do this in every season. And I'm going to show you how what you said and how many and what you said and how people who make these comments like you made, Joe Smith. Because if you're talking about the Cowboys and Dak Prescott having 9 Pro Bowlers on his team, for example, I'm going to show you just how what you said people don't understand. That is a very senseless argument for this reason right here. So I want you to think about this. Who were the 2 teams this year that went to the Super Bowl? The Kansas City Chiefs went to the Super Bowl in 2025. How many Pro Bowlers do you think they had? I guess I'll ask you, Joe Smith, since you brought up Pro Bowlers. Because I guess since you're saying Pro Bowlers, then how many Pro Bowlers that if Dak Prescott had 9, how many Pro Bowlers does it take to win a Super Bowl? How many does it take? Because I'm telling us we don't understand. Pro Bowlers are not the key to winning Super Bowls. Pro Bowlers are not the key to winning Super Bowls. No. The best teams win Super Bowls, not the team with the most Pro Bowlers. And that's fact. It's not the team with the most Pro Bowlers. The best teams win the Super Bowl. And the best team don't always have a lot of Pro Bowlers. That's the next part that people don't understand. The best teams don't have a plethora of Pro Bowlers. They don't. See, a lot of times we don't understand why we win, why we have players sometimes that have these like weird, crazy stats. And I've talked about this with Micah Parsons, and people don't like it, but it's factual. So let me get this straight. So when I play the Dallas Cowboys, they have only one defensive weapon. And boy, he good too. Micah Parsons. He isn't just good, he's great. He's got a lot of strength, power, quickness, speed. But he's the only player they have like that. So when I play the Dallas Cowboys, so you're telling me the only thing I have to do is stop Micah Parsons? So why don't we just double him the entire game and go single on everyone else? Because no one else is really good enough to even warrant double teams. So you don't think there is a logic in the fact that Micah Parsons, because he's so good, that it makes sense to double team him, especially when you know if you double team him, there's no one else on the Cowboys team that warrants double teams because none of them can get to the quarterback outside of him. See, we don't realize sometimes when you're just thinking about logic overall. Sometimes there are certain statistics that come into play because of just logic, because of the way things are set up. Sometimes things just happen in a way because of the way your team is composed. You think about, you got a team. You got a middle linebacker and two outside linebackers. Well, your other two linebackers, they're below average. But that's the best you have. They're below average. But your middle linebacker, well, he's a super stud. I mean, he run like a 4.3 40. He can roam side to side. I mean, he gets to the ball carriers before the two outside linebackers get there. And he amasses 150 tackles. He makes the Pro Bowl. Does that mean his team was good? Or do that mean he was good? Sometimes stats are happening for reasons that we don't want to deal with. We talk about a person, and let's say a person, hey man, he got like 20 sacks. Who did he get him against? Nobody wants to answer those questions. Yeah, man, he got 25 sacks this year. Oh, really? Against who? Well, it don't matter against who. Well, it kind of does, doesn't it? Doesn't it matter to you who someone gets the sacks against? Because maybe they're getting these sacks against sorry teams, but then when we need this person, and I'm not talking about Micah Parsons, I'm just saying in general. We get a person, and he has 15 sacks in the season. You get 15 sacks in the season, you're going to the Pro Bowl. But the question is, how did those 15 sacks help our team? Who were those 15 sacks against? Were those 15 sacks were some of those 15 sacks, were they in crucial games? Did we get to the playoffs? So the same person that got 17 and a half sacks, how many sacks did they get in the playoffs? See, we don't like talk about these things. The Pro Bowlers that we have. Okay, 9 Pro Bowlers. What plays did they make in the playoffs? What plays did they make? Okay, they're Pro Bowlers. Okay, whoop-de-doo. That means they're best in their position. But how did they contribute on our team, in our scheme? What kinds of plays did they make? Did they make plays when they counted? We don't think about this stuff. We let people bedazzle us, talking crazy stuff about the number of Pro Bowlers we have on the team. I don't even understand it. It don't even make sense to me. It don't even make sense in no form of fashion to me. Best teams win the Super Bowls, period. End of story. It's not the best quarterback to win the Super Bowl. Best teams win the Super Bowl. Philadelphia Eagles this year had 6 Pro Bowlers. Had 6 Pro Bowlers. 3 first-time Pro Bowlers. It's not, and again, they didn't win the Super Bowl because they had 6 Pro Bowlers. It's not why they won the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl because they had the best team. They didn't have the best quarterback. They had the best team. They had the best defensive line. They had the best running game. They had one of the best wide receiver duos in the league. Trios when you count their tight end. When you look at all the things they had as a team, that's why they won the Super Bowl. They had the best team. The amount of Pro Bowlers, and it's one of these things with the Cowboys, they get very top-heavy. And because they're so top-heavy, those players that are good make all these plays. But the problem is, if those players aren't making plays, no one else is making them. No one else is making those plays. The Cowboys been doing this. They were doing this before Dak Prescott. A lot of people don't realize they had Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith, and Zach Martin before Dak Prescott. Before Dak Prescott. With Tony Romo, with Dez Bryant, with Jason Witten. We got to stop blaming, oh, yeah, but it's because of Jason, it's because of Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. Bull. Bull. It's straight bull. And nobody wants to admit it, but I will. It's bull. The 92 Cowboys had the number 1 defense in the NFL. To my recollection, Tony Romo never played across from the best defense in the NFL. Not to my recollection. Dak Prescott never played across. He never played across from the best defense in the NFL. At least not on his own team. He might have played against, but not with. People do not understand what it means to have the number 1 defense in football. That is when you got the number 1 defense in football, you're winning a lot of games. In the story, you're winning a lot of games. And this is one of the things the Cowboys are doing again that I like. They're building a defense. They're building their trenches. I still think they have another year to go. But the trenches they have built this year on both sides of the ball, they are better than what we had last year. They are better than what we had last year. CGW, yeah. We just haven't had many players. We'll talk about these Pro Bowlers, but what no one talks about is, what are these Pro Bowlers doing in the games other than Dak Prescott? What are they doing? What are they doing? A lot of these Pro Bowlers be on defense. What are they doing? They're not making plays, I can tell you that much. You know, guys, this thing with Shedeur Sanders, I'm going to get out of here on this. But this thing with Shedeur Sanders is crazy. There's a video out there floating around now. Boomer Esiason. He said, and I don't know when as I'm listening to the video, I don't know if I'm listening to Boomer Esiason say that he knows the owners told each other to take him off of the list. I mean, yeah, it's like he's implying it or he's saying it, but I'm wondering, where did he get it from? I mean, it seems to match what he's saying. I just wonder where he got it from. But he's saying that the owners told him to take Shedeur Sanders off of their boards. And some people are saying this is proof of collusion. I'm not really sure if it's proof of collusion because I really want to know, okay, man, what are your sources? How do you know this happened? I mean, what was the proof you have for this? I mean, that's a strong accusation to make. But this is what he's saying. But again, I'm going back to my original premise from the day, and especially after hearing some things that people said. I feel so bad for Shedeur. He made a mistake. And one of the mistakes he made, he assumed he was going to be a top 5 pick. He assumed he was going to be the number 2 quarterback. And there are some people now saying, because some people are saying the media was actually being irresponsible because the media liked Deion Sanders so much, and he's friends with so many people in the media, that some people wouldn't tell him that teams don't necessarily have Shedeur Sanders as a number 2 quarterback. And y'all might not remember, but I said this. There were people saying that football scouts did not have Shedeur Sanders ranked or rated as a number 2 prospect. 2nd overall quarterback. They didn't even have him rated with a 1st round grade. But I think the real mistake they made was 2 of them. One, Deion should not have been their agent. He shouldn't have been their agent. Because he's Deion. He's not just he's Deion Sanders. I know some may not agree with that, but I don't think he should have been his agent. Because he was advising Shedeur like he was him. Like Shedeur had his level of talent compared to his peers. Shedeur is a talented quarterback, but he's not what Deion was versus his peers and versus just any and everybody in any position. Deion was going. And Deion could bomb interviews because Deion has told the stories he bombed interviews on purpose. There are some of these people around the NFL, and they're saying he bombed these interviews on purpose. Shedeur even said himself, he looked back and he could have did some things different. The way he handled some things. Yep. He probably should have worked out at the combine, because that can make your draft stock rise, or it can solidify your draft status. But somebody told him you're going to be the 2nd overall. I mean, you're going to be the 2nd quarterback picked overall, and I don't think they were checking with these scouts correctly. And here we are. And again, Shiloh Sanders is being reported. And I don't think he did it in a bad way. You know, people like he fired his dad. I'm pretty sure they're going to come out with some explanation. But Shiloh, you know, he kind of joked. You know, they were talking about he kind of joking about it because he was like, hey, man, he had to fire dad. Dad was our agent. It wasn't working out. I mean, you know, he's, you know, probably shouldn't have been their agent. Should just let him stand on his own, let Drew Rosenhaus represent him, or get him a good agent, let them do their thing. And I'm pretty sure, and Deion also made a mistake going on tour talking about, I'm not going to let my son get drafted to the wrong team. Deion is a great father. But Deion should have just kept quiet about his son's career and said, Shedeur's a man. He got his own agent. They're going to get him a good, hey, I trust his agent. His agent will work out a great deal for him. and really let his agent be out there feeling around on these teams and seeing what they're saying, and then telling Shedeur the right things and the right things to say and what not to say. And I do believe Shedeur Sanders probably would have won in the second round at the latest. But Deion made some missteps, and I think they understand it. So now Shedeur Sanders is going to have to work his way from the bottom, but I believe Shedeur Sanders is going to be fine because he's actually good. He's good with a very good upside. Shedeur is going to be fine. Once he gets his opportunity, and you know what? Even if he gets cut from the Cleveland Browns, if he don't make the team, he'll go to another team and he'll make the team. And he's going to eventually get his opportunity. He's going to be a starter. I'm telling you, we can't deny it. Shedeur Sanders is talented. He's talented. No one's saying he's the most talented, but he's talented. He'll be fine. I think this is going to really, really help him out as a young man. It's going to build his character. I think he's going to be fine. Buddha, you're right. Damian Woody made the same point today or yesterday. Damian Woody said, "Man, I don't care what you do. If teams think you're this or that, they're going to draft you." Daniel Lim, let me tell you something. Cowboys are going to continue to make moves. They're doing some things this year they haven't done before. They're going to continue to tweak this team. They are going to continue to tweak this team. We don't even have to worry about it. They're going to continue to tweak it. They're going to continue to tweak this team. And again, I don't know if that wide receiver they're looking for is out there yet. But we'll see. We'll see if they try to do it. Johnny Manziel can get drafted, but not Shedeur. NFL contradicts itself. It's cool when they do it, but bad boy. I feel you. They made this man pay for Shedeur, basically, though, in the grand scheme of things. They really made him pay because of what his dad did. They did. It's sad, but it's true. I don't think that means you have to say he was the number one quarterback. I don't think he was better than Cam Ward. But I know he wasn't a fifth-round draft pick, especially in this quarterback draft. It's crazy. But he'll be fine. Sean said if we don't get Milton, Sanders would have been our third-round pick for sure. Man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna even argue with you. I agree. Alfredo, what's going on? He said, look, Shedeur falling to the fifth round is on him and Deion. They both were acting like Shedeur was the best thing. Yep. And some of that's Deion's fault. Deion had Shedeur acting like he was him. As in not him, but as in him being above the fray like Deion was. Shedeur wasn't quite that, but he'll be fine. He's gonna bounce back. He'll be fine. This will help him out. Daniel M., he said if we can get Pickens, we can buy the whole chat room. Pickens jersey. Oh, okay. I got you. Yes, sir. But again, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I'll be back sometime. Well, I already know. I know we'll be back at my normal time. I'll be back today around 4:30. Hopefully there'll be some Cowboys news, more news. Again, I'll be dropping some videos. I got to continue to give the. I want to continue to do profile videos on the drafts. I got about 4 to go, maybe 3 or 4. I want to do those. Then I want to look at the undrafted free agents, kind of give some people some profiles on them. You know, a couple of more little things, and keep building up as we get closer to training camp. But man, it's revving up. Before you know it, it is going to be football season. Yeah, I agree with CGW. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. This is going to build him. He'll be fine. Yeah, he'll be fine. So, it's all good. Uh-oh. Pickens and Coop. We're going to see. Again, I'm not, like I said, I'm not against Amari Cooper coming here. I just don't think it's going to happen. It's a lot of things it's a lot of things that's got to happen for this to happen. I do believe it. And the one thing that needs to happen, I just don't think it's going to happen either. Who's to say the Cowboys even want Shedeur Sanders? I mean, not Shedeur Sanders. Who's to say the Cowboys even want Amari Cooper? The Cowboys are maybe looking in a totally different direction. A totally different direction. So, man, let me tell you something, Daniel Lim. I'm going to do a video about Isaiah Bond. You better believe I would want Isaiah Bond. If Isaiah Bond comes out of this and he's found not guilty, and I've been hearing that is probably going to be the case, you know, if there's nothing fishy, Isaiah Bond's good to go, well, then we need to be good to go. And I guarantee you, Jerry Jones got his ears to the ground on this thing with Isaiah Bond. Yeah, he got his ears to the ground. And the moment this break, I will not be surprised. Isaiah Bond comes in for an interview with Brian Schottenheimer. Let's see what he's working with. Man, let me tell you something, Alfredo. They were having a conversation today on Speak for Yourself. Not Speak for Yourself. The facility. And man, this conversation was fascinating because it made so much sense. One, Danks 9,000. They were talking about the limited amount of reps Shedeur is going to get. But the other thing they were talking about, they were saying since he's not a first-round draft pick, there'll be less pressure on him. James Jones spoke nothing but facts. James Jones said that's a lie. James Jones said that now that he's a fifth-round draft pick, there'll be more pressure on him because now every time he makes a mistake, they're going to say, I told you he was not a first-round draft pick. He said the pressure is going to escalate. I agree. It's going to be even more pressure. But pressure either busts pipes or it creates diamonds. We're about to see what he's made of. And I do think he's made of the right stuff. I do. Jenkins Gaming, I agree with you. The Cowboys want to go young. And they're going to go young. I think they want to go young on that wide receiver. I do. I don't even know if you need Pickens in that mix. Man, you bring in Bond alone. Bond might do his thing. Daniel Lim, I'm telling y'all, do not rule out Jaden Blue in the passing game. He is going to be dangerous in the pass game. Sneaking out of the backfield, getting on the linebacker, it's going to be over. It's going to be over. This boy going to be bad. You watch what I tell you. You know, Alfredo, I don't even know if we'll ever get another draft pick like Shedeur Sanders. A lot of these guys, man, they're kids. They don't even turn out to play football. A lot of them don't want to. Your parents are already rich. You can do anything you want to. A lot of them don't want to play sports. You know, they may play a little bit because they can, and then after that, they done with it. I don't think we'll see nothing like this again. And I don't think this is a draftee issue. This is a Deion Sanders issue. They're doing this to get back at Deion. This is not about Shedeur. Buddha, the veteran leadership, I believe the wide receiver veteran leadership is CeeDee Lamb. Because that's how I would be thinking. He's the veteran leadership. What do you need a veteran for? He is a veteran. You just paid him $30+ million to say that he is the leader of your room. So we don't need a veteran. That's not even what they're looking for. They said they want an explosive. They're not looking for a veteran. All right, guys. Again, appreciate you. Appreciate you rocking with me. I'll see y'all again today sometime around 4:30. Until next time, let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.